Have you thought of breaking through? Ain't it part of what you do? Catch a victim while he's dumb, break his larynx with your it's high time, and it's time to get high. Well, this ain't no goddamn dream, it's exactly what it seems. Wake up today just to lay back down and say, I won't be coming back. Let's call it a heart attack. Give me some of that knack. This is just a final payback. They all flipped on me, took my passions, left me be. When I had a place to sit, a goddamn attitude to fit. Talk real smooth, knew where to spit. But things have changed and I've quit. Got nothing to look forward to but a backlash full of lies. You're too late for where you're going. This is fate, the whistle's blowing. It's much too late. It's all too late. You're much too late. Like a piss hole punk with his nose turned up and a fragrance all your own. Tell me what it's like to be alone. And let's not forget the skull-faced prick who offers fix to your face. He dropped out of the subhuman race. That's sad. Boo-hoo.
And welcome to a brand new life, to a brand new day, all the way from the wastelands of California. My name is Michael, and I am the man behind your window. I look forward to once again serve you those sounds of salvation. First-time listeners, turn on, tune in, and drop out. This is a very different kind of show, a place where we don't feel so alone. Let us chase away the light no matter what you at home choose to believe. I do admire you for your curiosity. Joining me tonight, we've got a full house tonight, boys and girls. First up, the professor is in. A man who needs no introduction. America's most dangerous mind is live and direct. And of course, on the second half of the program, we do have a first-timer. Be gentle. Dr. Paul Cottrell will be making his debut. And wow, stay tuned for the doctor. We have a lot to discuss here, and it doesn't just end there yet. Also joining me tonight is Mr. Myke Hideous, who has drawn assignment yet again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me into your hearts and into your minds. Here we are again, on a night like this. Now, give me one moment, and let me bring in the co-host.
Couple of bands, one of which was the famous band The Misfits, also a band called the Bronx Casket Company, and my own personal band, which was called the Empire Hideous. I don't do so much performing anymore. I'm more of an artist slash photographer these days, although I did write a book that I re-released in 2016, 15. I can't even remember.
You're right on.
Anywho, that's me. That's what I do. And it's an honor to be with you as always, Michael. I love coming on your show,
Right.
and thank you so much for having me.
No problem, no problem. And I'm sorry about that. In the beginning, we were sort of cut off. We had some weird sort of lag just now, but everything's good. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me all right? Am I coming through all right?
Yeah, you're loud and clear. We hear you perfectly. And of course, have Jim Fetzer right there waiting in the wing. Jim, what's up?
Hey, Michael, great to be with you again. I've just been astounded by the catastrophic week the Democratic Party endured this week. Maybe the most disastrous ever for a political party in the history of the United States. Just astounding.
My God.
Yeah.
Very true. And Jim, I do want to thank you for being a part of the program as much as Myke here has. Both of you have been on my show more times than any other guest.
Wow.
Yeah, and I love that. So I'm so glad both of you are here. And Jim, once again, much respect to you. And I know things have been pretty up and down for you as of the last year or two. And Jim, my goodness, and you are a fighter. Nothing has ever stopped you. I really respect your tenacity, the moxie, basically your defiance and intransigence, Jim. You are the man.
Well, the deep state and its minions have been very busy, Michael, trying to suppress those of us who are seeking to expose the truth, whether it's about Sandy Hook or other matters, but especially Sandy Hook in this day and age, where James Tracy, who is a tenured associate professor at Florida Atlantic, was an early target of this fellow who calls himself Leonard Posner and purports to be the father of child Noah who died at Sandy Hook. We know, however, in fact, from research that I and my collaborators have undertaken, published in Nobody Died at Sandy Hook, which appeared on 22 October 2015, with 13 contributors, including 6 current or retired PhD professors, that the school had been closed by 2008. It was loaded with asbestos and other biohazards damaged by hurricanes. There was even a major flood in the area in 2007 that did tremendous damage. So there were no students there. In fact, early on, local neighbors were saying they thought it was very odd. Something would have happened because the school had long since been abandoned before they got the word to shut up or they'd be prosecuted. And that it was a FEMA drill, a 2-day FEMA exercise, technically a mass casualty drill involving children, for which we even have the manual, and where events on the ground confirmed it. The sign, everyone must check in, corresponds to the manual. It states everyone must check in with a controller upon arrival. Porta potties, pizza, bottled water at the firehouse already in place. Well, it's standard for FEMA exercises. They provide refreshments and restrooms. You had photographs of many, many wearing name tags on lanyards, which is how FEMA identifies the players, color-coded name tags on lanyards. Parents bringing children to the scene. Well, no parent's going to bring a child to the scene of a child shooting massacre, but this was the rehearsal on the 13th, which they were treating as a festive occasion. Wolfgang Halbig is a former Florida State Trooper, U.S. Customs agent, former school principal, nationally recognized school safety expert, has even established that they were using Chalk Hill Middle School, which had been abandoned in Monroe, Connecticut, about 15 miles away, as a cover. They were having food in the name of Sandy Hook Elementary being delivered to Chalk Hill and keeping administrative records intended to sow the misconception that it was still operating. Were the issue to be challenged, they could produce these documents or not. I mean, the whole thing was elaborately staged. It's interesting that Mike's into photography because photographs sent around the world taken by Newtown B photographer Shannon Hicks, which appeared to show a string of 15 kids apparently being led to safety under exigent circumstances, was actually taken by Newtown B photographer, but staged, because there turned out to be a second photograph taken minutes earlier where you can see a whole series of parents, there must be 10 or more, standing there with their hands in their pockets, arms folded, casually looking on, and where the policewoman is rearranging the kids, so that in the earlier photograph you have a little girl in a pink sweater and a short skirt at the head of the line, but they replaced her for a more telegenic, taller little boy in blue jeans and a dark sweater. So they were even rearranging the kids to get a better shot. And in that earlier photograph, when you zoom in the background, there are two women, mothers, parents apparently, who are casually looking on, leading me to refer to this photograph as lounging at the massacre. In any case, they have come after Wolfgang. He actually was sued by Leonard Posner, who'd brought about the firing of James Tracy on completely fabricated grounds. He'd been maintaining a blog, making valuable scholarly contributions to understanding what actually happened at Sandy Hook, one of the first being about a press conference with the medical examiner, Wayne Carver, who claimed to have just performed the autopsies, but didn't know how many were boys, how many were girls, how many times they'd been shot. At one time, he makes the bizarre remark, he hopes this whole thing doesn't come crashing down on the people of Newtown.
Right.
And most interestingly, Michael, he says how they didn't allow the parents to see the children, but identified them on the basis of photographs. Well, that's just one of many anomalies from the alleged event itself on the 14th, because there was no surge of EMTs into the building, no string of ambulances to rush the little bodies off to hospitals where they could be pronounced dead or alive. In fact, I have photographs which show that Dickinson Drive, the only connection in or out of the Sandy Hook Elementary, was so clogged with traffic you could have got an ambulance in or out if you'd wanted to. There was no medevac helicopter called. They put out triage tarps, but no bodies of dead or wounded were ever placed on them. The whole thing was an elaborate charade, and actually identifying the children on the basis of photographs turned out to be a key, because they were, for the most part, faking the children using photographs of older children when they were younger. Indeed, one of my research colleagues, Mona Alexis Presley, has determined that some of the parents even use photographs of themselves as children to be decedents of the Sandy Hook event. Where Wolfgang has been especially good at exposing the terrible condition of the school, covered with mold, cracks in the walls, completely uncamped inside, all kinds of storage stuffed everywhere. Even in the relation to classroom 10, where kids are supposed to have been shot, you see all the furniture is shoved up against the windows, which would, of course, not have been the case had the school actually been in use. Indeed, we have an aerial photograph of the parking lot that, as I have frequently observed, is itself already sufficient to establish this whole thing was a charade. It was a 38-degree ground temperature day. That's above freezing, but it's still cold enough you could not have conducted classes for children without heating the building. But there's no steam or heat rising from the building, no doubt, because the boilers were so decrepit from non-use for the 4 intervening years that they couldn't be fired up. You also have no parking for handicap at the building, none of the familiar blue and white signage, blue and white parking spaces, which meant that the school could not have been legally operating as a public school because it was in violation with Americans for Disability Act requirements, which I verified for both the state and the federal law at the time, and where, in addition, there are 2 rows of vehicles in the center of the parking lot, all parked facing the school, which is very peculiar, because the driving instructions would have you coming in off Dickinson Drive, turn right, curl around, and then park facing away. But it was obviously much simpler to bring them in a single row and put them in 2 by 2 by 2 facing the building. After all, who would even notice? These were just props. It turns out, ironically, that the Connecticut State Police were running the shop and they were keeping photographs of everything they did. So when we published the book, in Chapter 7, we had 50 photographs of them furnishing an empty house to be the Adam Lanza residence. It's particularly striking because there's nothing on any of the walls, no paintings, diagrams, or decorations of any kind. And in relation to the Adam Lanza bedroom, where Adam appears to be a fiction, you have it made up in two different ways in different photographs. One, the bedroom is all neat and tidy, the bed is made, and the other, it's all disheveled and unkempt. Well, it can't have been both ways when the police arrived. And then we have a photograph of the Nancy Lanza bedroom, where Adam is alleged to have shot his mother while she was sleeping in bed. There's a little red stuff on the bed, but it doesn't appear to be blood. It looks like raspberry jam. At the foot of the bed is a cedar chest. It has documents on it, which we find in many other photographs because they were keeping records, it appears, of how they arranged the room. And then Kelly Watt, another research associate who has her own commercial and home cleaning service, with her keen eye spotted a blue moving pad beneath the leg of the bed that in their haste they'd forgotten to remove. And we have another 50 photographs of the school, from the moving vans coming in to the moving tags still on the doors and all that, where the most important of all the photographs of the school is where you have a SWAT team vehicle in the parking lot. I've been told it's actually a crime scene investigation vehicle, but just above the roof, you can see a string of 4 windows in classroom 10 that are undamaged. That's significant because after the event, they'd be shot up, in particular the second panel. So it's very easy to see this is before the event. Nevertheless, the flag is at full mast. If you come down there just to the right, you can see a familiar figure leaning against the wall with his arms folded. Wayne Carver, the medical examiner, waiting the arrival of his portable mortuary tent, and you can see crime scene tape up for a crime that is yet to be committed. Amazon had 20 books about Sandy Hook available at the time, and during the nearly a month, mine was on sale. It had sold nearly 500 copies. When it was banned on the 19th of November, they never gave a reason, claimed it violated their standards, which is rather absurd, including because that book was produced by means of CreateSpace, which is a subsidiary of Amazon. In any case, because it was obvious that this was a political matter, where the other 19 books were all sympathetic to the official story and recaptured it in one way or another, some of which were blatantly absurd, such as the story of a teacher who'd saved her children by cramming 15 of them into a 3x4 bathroom that had a door that swung inward. If you assume that these 6-year-old kids weighed about 50 pounds apiece, that's 750 pounds of squirming little kid, plus another 100 pounds for the teacher, 850 pounds, where a single NFL guard or tackle at 350 would have filled it up. I mean, they were willing to publish absurd, obviously fantastic, unbelievable stories like that, so long as they were consistent with the official narrative, but bring together experts and scholars, including one very familiar fellow, Paul Preston, has his own radio show, Agenda 21, who is himself a school administrator who supervised drills of this kind. He was so troubled by what he saw broadcast from Newtown that day that he reached out to his contacts in the Obama administration, all of whom confirmed to him that it had been a drill, that no children had died, and it was done to promote gun control. Indeed, on the 16th of January 2013, a month and 2 days later, Barack Obama would ceremoniously sign 23 executive orders to constrain our access to weapons under the Second Amendment. Well, they've hounded Wolfgang,
Yes.
with whom I traveled to Newtown in 2014, is a very good man. He was sued by Leonard Posner for allegedly violating his privacy. And when Wolfgang would show up to the court hearings, but not Lenny, though he did have an attorney there who appeared to be completely incompetent, he refused to produce any documents or evidence, and the judge directed that he should sit for a video deposition, at which point Leonard Posner withdrew his lawsuit. So that at the time when I put together a review of all the evidence, which you can find at 153news.net or at BitChute or both, entitled Sandy Hook Update, Tracy Loses, Wolfgang Wins, The Deep State Strikes Back, that was the then current state of play. Subsequently, I would publish a second edition of the book in 2016 with 4 or 5 new chapters, including one, a new Appendix D by Kelly Watt, who had herself noticed that there was a striking resemblance between Noah Posner and his older stepbrother, Michael Vabner. She'd show friends of hers pictures of the two and ask them, do these seem to be related? And they'd say, oh, yeah, that's him, obviously grown up. So 6 of us went to work on this project, collaborating. We discovered they had the same eyes, they had the same eyebrows, they had the same nose, they had the same mouth, they had the same shape of skull. So I invited a colleague of mine by the name of Larry Rivera, who's mastered the principles of photogrammetry, which is the application of mathematics to the study of photographs, and had done superpositions to confirm our prior finding that the man in the doorway, in a famous photograph taken by AP photographer James Ike Alchins at the time the Kennedy motorcade passed by the Texas School Book Depository, was indeed Lee Harvey Oswald, where Larry compared the facial features and structure of Lee, which you do when you set their pupils equal distance apart. So this is called the intrapupillary distance. He also had a photograph of Billy Lovelady, whom the government insists was the man in the doorway, but Billy himself thought it was very odd that he and Lee would be confused because he was 2 to 3 inches shorter, 15 to 20 pounds lighter, plus Billy had gone into the FBI on the 29th of February, 1964, wearing the shirt he'd worn at the time, which was a short sleeve, red and white, vertically striped shirt, completely different than the shirt on the man in the doorway, which was long sleeve, richly textured and worn. So Larry, having done this brilliant definitive proof that the man in the doorway was indeed Lee Oswald, I sent him 2 photographs, one of the older stepbrother Michael Vabner, one of the purported Noah Posner, without any identification, any background knowledge whatsoever. He had no idea this had anything to do with Sandy Hook. I just asked him, are these or are these not the same person? And he created a GIF, and by God, you can watch Noah Posner turn into Michael Vabner.
Yes. Jim, hold on one moment. One second here. Myke, are you still alive out there?
Yeah, I'm here, buddy.
Myke, as you are taking this all in and you are a photographer yourself, what is going through your mind? I must ask.
Well, look, I this is the first time I'm listening to Jim.
Correct.
And I mean, I have a lot of questions.
I'm sure you do. Definitely get in there.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that to me, it's not so much the photography that concerns me. It's if I may,
go for it.
I'm curious and if there's any listeners out there, and Jim, please excuse me. I need to be the devil's advocate in these questions. That's my job.
Go for it, Myke.
My first question to you would be, if stepping back when all this happened, when it all went down, what convinced you? What possessed you to believe firmly that what happened happened in a different way as you describe it? So again, forgive me if I'm asking a question that you've already probably answered 100,000 times, but for the listeners, explain what made you think something else went down as opposed to what was professed on the news.
Well, let me give you a couple of dimensions to answer that question. First is I'd already done a tremendous amount of work on JFK. I'd already published 3 books that bringing together experts on JFK, including the World Authority on the Human Brain, who is also an expert on wound ballistics, a PhD in physics, who is also an MD and board certified in radiation oncology, which is the treatment of cancer using X-ray therapy. So he was an expert in the interpretation of X-rays. A physician who had been in trauma room number 1 when JFK's moribund body was brought in, and 2 days later was responsible for the care and treatment of his alleged assassin Lee Oswald. Okay. So I'd already published 3 books.
Okay.
That was the first was Assassination Science, published in 1998. The second, Murder in Dealey Plaza, 2000. The third, The Great Zapruder Film Hoax, published in 2003. So, because my background is in the philosophy of science, because I'm an expert on scientific reasoning, having spent 35 years offering courses in logic, critical thinking, and scientific reasoning, I was very methodical in my approach, and I knew what I did not know and had the wisdom and good judgment to bring in experts who knew things I did not know and began to pioneer a methodology I then referred to as assassination science, but which a dear friend of mine has described as having been revolutionary because no one had ever thought of doing this kind of collaborative research on controversial subject like an assassination. You'd have a lot of monographs, single authored works. But to me, it was much more important to bring in a group of highly skilled independent investigators and discover that their lines of research all converged in the, for example, in the case of JFK, that they'd altered the x-rays to conceal a fist-sized blowout to the back of the head, that there was evidence internal to the x-rays of a second shot to the head, that the brain shown in diagrams and photographs in the National Archives isn't even the brain of JFK, that the Zapruder film has been massively edited and altered. It appears now that the original film would have had about 1,000 frames, whereas the film we have now has 487. So more frames have been removed from the film than were present to begin with.
Okay, but if I may just interject, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to make one concluding point where it turns out that when you sort out the authentic from the inauthentic case, it falls together in fairly straightforward fashion. I mean, we had about 30 witnesses or more to the blowout at the back of the head, including physicians who gave drawings of what it looked like, and yet it wasn't present in the x-rays. In fact, the Warren Commission had used the x-ray, which had been patched, to dismiss all the eyewitness testimony, including Clint Hill, who was the first to observe it up close and personal. When he rushed up the back of the vehicle and pushed Jackie back, he laid down over their bodies and described vividly.
But what I'm trying to ask is, aside from all that, and I respect that what you did, the writing of the books for JFK, that great. But what I'm specifically asking here is concerning the shooting, the topic that we're discussing here. What made you feel that? What drew you into a different idea of what went down?
Well, let me answer that as I'm seeking to answer it by giving you my background so that I'd be aware that these kinds of things can be faked or fraudulent or misrepresented when most people might not even cross their mind. I'd also founded Scholars for 9/11 Truth to do research into the events in New York. And in December 2015, he created a society, an international society involving researchers from all over the world, pilots, physicists, engineers, aeronautical, mechanical, civil, structural, to pool our resources. And the organization took off like a rocket, where I was maintaining the website. We were sponsoring lectures, organizing conferences, putting out press releases. It really worked fantastic, so that by the end of 2006, we already had 800 members in 4 different categories. Now, the reason I say this is because having a background in the scientific reasoning, where during my 35-year career, I published over 24 academic scholarly books, in particular about the nature of scientific reasoning, how it proceeds through 4 steps or stages, which are puzzlement, speculation, adaptation of hypotheses to evidence and explanation, where the best supported hypothesis you're entitled to accept in the tentative infallible fashion of science, meaning that that even though it's the best supported, it might still be false, and where your conclusions are tentative because with the acquisition of additional evidence or alternative hypotheses, you may have to reject hypotheses you previously accepted, accept hypotheses you previously rejected, and leave others in suspense. When it came to Sandy Hook, I was at the time a journalist for Veterans Today, which I began in 2011 at the invitation of Gordon Duff, who's the editor-in-chief. Now, when Sandy Hook occurred, I really hadn't paid much attention to it when Gordon asked me specifically to write an article about Sandy Hook based upon evidence he outlined for me. Now, this is the only time I ever did something like this, to write an article at the suggestion of someone else. He told me that there were a number of complicating factors here, that there were men who were dressed as nuns who were present, that a white van had been tracked back to a Mossad safe house in Greenwich Village that was loaded with Nazi paraphernalia, and that this appeared to be a Mossad hit. Well, I didn't know better, and I wrote an article offering the speculation. It was never asserted to be definitive, and in fact, I'd done very little research on the subject at the time, but was following what Gordon had asked me to do. It turned out to be quite a blunder, because the more research I conducted, I realized that initial foray about Sandy Hook was completely mistaken. By the time I reached the point of editing the book in 2015, I myself had already published 30 articles on Sandy Hook. One of my contributors has already published 80. So we had a mass of evidence about the anomalies which are present from the beginning. I guess you could say that, once I was introduced to the subject, although it wasn't my own idea, I felt it was my responsibility to dig in and sort it out and get it right. So that, it was after I participated in a conference on academic freedom that I had organized on the campus of the University of Illinois in Champaign-Urbana, where we were. Well, the very first conference was discussing 9/11, had only 3 parts. Well, that was a 9/11 conference. Academic freedom, we were talking about the question, are there limits of inquiry in the academy? In other words, are you allowed to investigate whatever you want? And we were using JFK, 9/11, and the Holocaust as our examples. And when I dug in to do research on the Holocaust, I couldn't believe how rapidly it just fell apart, that it could not be sustained. And it was after I returned from that conference that I discovered someone with Wikipedia had gutted my entry, which had been very thorough and detailed about my research on JFK, 9/11. I'd already done a great deal of research on Paul Wellstone, whose plane crash occurred just 60 miles north of my office on the Duluth campus of the University of Minnesota. I'd been interviewed on Coast to Coast by Ian Punnett after I'd published the first article, hoping to debunk me, but I already knew enough about the case that he was unsuccessful. Similarly, when I was brought on to Hannity and Combs the first time in June of 2006, they had told me that they wanted me to come on to talk about the discoveries of scholars about 9/11. But while I was in the waiting room, I asked them to bring in a TV. And when I saw Alan Combs saying, "You're not going to believe what your students are being taught by their college professors," I knew they had been playing me, but also that they didn't know enough about what I was doing in my courses to understand the situation. So Holmes asked me as the opening question, "Is this a required course?" And I explained no, that I founded a research organization, that I didn't have a course, but I thought it was a great idea because there's so much material to work with. And I actually seized control of the program from that point on. Ollie North was sitting in for Sean Hannity on that occasion. A couple of months later, they brought me back, and Sean Hannity was in the chair instead of Ollie. And eventually, O'Reilly would bring me in, where O'Reilly was easily the most difficult to deal with because they had me sitting in a room here in a studio in Madison, where I'd moved after my retirement to a small village just south of Madison. So they had me come into a studio in Madison for a half an hour with bright lights in my face. And then just before the show begins, O'Reilly comes on. "I'm going to tell the world that you hate your country." Boom, then I'm on the air.
Did he really say that to you, Jim?
He blasts me with one ad hominem, and then he blasts me with a second ad hominem,
Wow.
So you don't really have the opportunity to come back. I thought that had been quite a disaster until I was in New York with my wife, and I'd spoken at Cooper Union for a major 9/11 event, and we decided to go over to a nearby theater where Alex Jones was having a 9/11 conference, and they rolled out the red carpet for me. I was really very flattered. They put me up on a platform with the first responders, and when I sat down, a fellow sitting next to me leaned over and said, "It was watching you on on O'Reilly that convinced me 9/11 had been an inside job. And I decided at that point that it all been worth it. Meanwhile, I've been flown around the world to do this stuff. I was on a 3.5 hour television program broadcast worldwide by satellite out of Athens, Greece, where they had all these fantastic video clips prepared. That was in December of 2006. I would be flown down to Buenos Aires twice to give lectures on JFK and 9/11. And unlike in the United States,
so ultimately,
hold on there, Jim.
If I may just interject for a second. So ultimately, what you're telling me is that you approached this topic, this bit of information, let's call it for now, let's just say it's information that was broadcast on the news about this massacre that took place in Sandy Hook, and you approached it wanting to look for a difference of opinion, or based on something that you were informed?
No, I wasn't informed by anything except that Gordon Duff had asked me to write this piece.
So you simply just wanted to investigate it based on what someone told you. Just someone said.
No, look, it was becoming a big deal, right? But there were so many anomalies in what was being broadcast that day. I mean, the things I just described already.
Right. No, I get it.
In the videos from Sandy Hook, I just hadn't at that point gone back to look at them all and to begin to piece it together. So what happened was it went from my writing a single column for Veterans Today as a special request by the senior editor to becoming a research project where I brought together other experts on Sandy Hook and would wind up publishing the book and becoming, a leading figure on what actually happened. But that's been my approach to all of these subjects. You may or may not know, Mike, but after the book was banned by Amazon, Mike Palachek, who was my series editor, who had suggested the title for the book and written the preface, whereas I'd brought together all the contributions, organized the content, positioned all the images and so forth, realized we need to have our own center of distribution. So we founded our own publishing company called Moon Rock Books, which is you can find online at moonrockbooks.com. And as of today, we've published 12 books at Moon Rock Books. And believe it or not, Amazon has banned 6 of our books.
My God.
So what I have is, not just with Sandy Hook, but with the Boston bombing, with Orlando and Dallas, with Parkland, with Charlottesville. I bring together other experts so we could pool our resources to sort out what happened. That's always been my driving motive, just to discover the truth, to sort out truth from fiction. And it's much more challenging and actually intellectually interesting when you're dealing with real events and not fictional.
Yeah. Now, Jim, tell us, what exactly was it about Sandy Hook that got your attention first?
Well, as I say, Michael, I was kind of lured into it, by having this assignment. But once I realized that appeared to be nonsense, I felt an obligation to get it right.
Understood.
And others were publishing. I mean, there were all these videos showing up. For example, he had this guy who was walking up and down Dickinson in a SWAT outfit, but carrying an automatic weapon upside down by the magazine.
Hold on, Jim.
That's absurd.
Jim, 1 second. Jim, one moment, Jim.
I was a commissioned officer in the Marine Corps. At one point,
Jim,
50
I got to stop you there, Jim. One moment here. Mike, is that your bird in the background?
I'm very sorry.
I kind of liked it. I thought
Me too. Leave the bird.
He was chirping. I liked it.
I apologize for that. I recently adopted another parrot. I have 3 parrots now. There she goes. And when she hears me talking, she gets a little excited. So, as you know, Michael, in the past, when I had my other parrot, Captain, the cockatoo, he used to also talk in the middle of our conversations online here, and would interrupt with stuff like "hello" and.
So I love it, Mike. I love it.
Good.
Me too.
The point I was making is that many researchers around the world, I mean, there must have been 100, maybe more, who are making contributions. There was a guy named PK Truth down in Australia, who was putting up brilliant videos, lampooning what was going on because there was such obvious fakery here. We had Robbie Parker, one of the alleged parents, comes out of a building all jocular and laughing, and then he turns and sees the accumulated press and pauses and hyperventilates to get in character, and then starts talking about the death of his daughter Emily the day before in somber tones, having the presence of mind to mention her donation website. It turns out this elaborate scam has been highly remunerative for the participants. We estimate sympathetic but gullible Americans have contributed between $27 and $130 million to the survivors of the alleged decedents, which are 26 in number, so that if you divided it evenly between the 26 families, that's between $1 and $5 million for pretending to have lost a child at Sandy Hook.
Wow. Well, I mean, I have so many questions. I don't even know if we'd have enough time to talk about it all. But
well, you got a few. Just give me a couple at the top of your head.
Michael, do you have anything you want to add here, or should I ask the question?
I just wanted to quickly add if Jim wants to take any calls later tonight.
I'm okay, Michael. Go for it.
All right, perfect. Go ahead, Jim. And Mike, go ahead.
Well, ultimately, I'm just curious. You must have taken a lot of flack for this, huh?
He's taken a lot of heat.
Actually, not. I mean, it's very odd. Most people can't even bring themselves to consider it could have been fraudulent. But the fact is, the book was selling briskly. Since I uploaded it for free as a PDF, my friend has estimated it's been downloaded over 10 million times. And, James Tracy was making wonderful, very scholarly contributions. Wolfgang Halbig was doggedly determined to find out what was going on. Then Tracy was hit. I was actually the head of his legal defense fund until I myself was sued by Lenny Posner. Wolfgang won and prevailed in that suit, but now only, about 10 days ago, there was a raid on his home in his gated community in Florida, and they rousted him out of bed in the middle of the night. They handcuffed him firmly and walked him through a cow pasture to the car to be booked, and looking totally disheveled, claiming he had committed a felony. I mean, by having possession of personal information about Leonard Posner that is actually rather widely available. So, I mean, the whole thing is completely contrived. Now I've discovered by a phone call from a woman who seems to know quite a lot about what's going on that she had learned from someone who appears to be deeply involved in all of this that they plan to have Wolfgang involuntarily committed to a mental institution when he comes in for jury. So I've actually, with her permission, published our conversation, which runs about an hour. I put it on my Twitter, @JimFetzer. I have a friend who reminds me I need to mention that because I have been using Twitter thanks to his encouragement for about a year or so. And you can find this plot to, involuntarily incarcerate Wolfgang. They're being very aggressive. In fact, Leonard Posner has boasted of having taken down 1,555 YouTube videos. Almost all were about Sandy Hook.
Including ours, Jim. We were taken down too by him.
Yeah, there you go. Even Michael Decon was taken down by Leonard Posner.
That's right.
It was bizarre during my the legal proceeding, which culminated in a summary judgment, which is only actually permissible if there are no disputed facts, and yet the authenticity of the death certificate was massively disputed, and I had the reports of 2 forensic document examiners on my side. The plaintiff had none on his, and yet the judge ruled completely improperly in violation of the protocols for summary judgment in favor of the plaintiff, which set me up for a trial for damages, where they brought in, a dozen Madison residents, all of whom were under the age of 30, none of whom professed to have even ever heard of Alex Jones, if you can believe that. And where they came in with, after a very emotional sob story that was completely manufactured and a host of false claims about me, they came in with a judgment against me of $450,000 for defamation. And there are all kinds of reasons why that's simply stupendously absurd. I was asked by the Wisconsin State Journal reporter right after I learned the amount of the verdict, because I arrived as the jury was emptying. I'd gone home. We didn't know how long it would take. And he asked me what I thought, and I just said the one word, absurd. What did I think of the verdict? Absurd.
Of course.
So right now, we're in the process of appealing. We haven't even submitted my formal appeal as yet, but I mean, I'm telling you, these are called SLAP suits, strategic lawsuits against public participation. They're actually illegal in 27 states, where they file a lawsuit not for its ostensive purpose. In this case, it was supposed to be defamation, but rather to punish the individual, the party, to get him to shut up and silence him from speaking out about, in this case, Sandy Hook, and to set an example for others that if they do as I have done by speaking out, then they may be dragged into court and it'll last a long time, which interesting Leonard Posner explained to someone on a blog where he was participating about losing the lawsuit to Wolfgang Halbig, where he withdrew after the judge directed he had to sit for a video deposition. He said, oh no, the object was to make Wolfgang take down his Sandy Hook Justice website, and he did, and to set an example for others that if they do this, they're going to be dragged into court and it's going to last a long time. So I even had that as evidence about the improper motivation of Lenny Posner in this lawsuit I presented long before we got to the summary judgment, but the judge, it all fell on deaf ears or blind eyes or whatever. It had no impact whatever. So we're in the process of appealing. I do believe the grounds for appeal here are extremely strong and that the case will be reversed. Now, interestingly, the judge had not permitted me to present the mountain of evidence we have that Sandy Hook was a staged event, and therefore there would not be any authentic death certificates. He wouldn't let me present any of that evidence. He just ruled it out and said we had to just talk about the death certificate. And yet, in our motions after the verdict, he was just responding to my attorney's motions, any one of which would have led to a reversal in the verdict. He had 4 motions, as though Sandy Hook had been proven to be totally authentic. So it was really kind of bizarre for me to live through this, where the judge is not allowing me to produce all my proof that this was a staged event, and then in replying to my, and I only had an attorney, by the way, after the summary judgment, all the way through the summary judgment, I was representing myself pro se because I couldn't find an attorney who would be willing to represent the case being such a hot potato. But now, when my attorney had 4 really strong motions for reversal of the judgment, the court went ahead and just wrote as though this was Sandy Hook was bona fide and everything was on the up and up.
Right.
I mean, it's really incredible to live through this. What you discover is that the law has been weaponized to be used to club those who are seeking to expose the truth about these events. Now, Myke, I'm not expecting you to believe all this without looking at the evidence. I'm just telling you the way it is based upon rather massive evidence I've done about this. I've published a very large number of blogs. I've done a great many interviews. So you're almost certainly not going to have a question that I haven't encountered before. And
I imagine that. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate what you're saying about, you're having written the books, and I respect your background, your education, so on and so forth. With all, I'm sorry, I haven't read the books that you published.
I know you haven't.
They sound incredibly interesting. I should pick them up at some point. So you have to understand, I jumped on this interview at the last moment with Michael.
Okay.
But nevertheless,
I don't mind at all, Myke, and I understand all the caveats. You can just lay on. Go ahead, whatever bothers you.
I'm just trying to do my job as a devil's advocate to ask questions that either myself, Michael, or the audience would be interested in hearing. So, I'm sure you've been hit with a lot of them that are, that question your abilities in whether or not you've made the right decision on determining if this is a fraud or not.
Yeah, it's a massive fraud, but I mean, as you'd find if you read the book, I talk about was it real or was it an illusion? Interestingly, the distinction between reality and appearance or reality and illusion is a classic philosophical issue. So I'd even been dealing with this as a professional philosopher for a 35-year career. What I'm doing in many ways is the application of the principles of critical thinking that I'd been teaching for all those years. And the whole purpose of the book is to inform the public about what a group of serious scholars found when they approached this as a research project. And remarkably enough, again and again and again, we have shown the government's account has no foundation whatsoever, and it was designed for political purposes. And that's true whether you're talking about JFK or 9/11 or Wellstone or Sandy Hook or the Boston bombing or Charlottesville and so forth. And the fact that Amazon has banned 6 of our books, think about it, Mike, that's absolutely stunning. Here you got a little publishing house. We have 12 books, and Amazon has banned 6. To the best of my knowledge, the banning of Nobody Died at Sandy Hook was the first in America in forever. It ought to have been a big deal. There's something called Project Censored out in California, and I think Project Censored itself is censored because they never said a word, never said a peep about the banning of Nobody Died at Sandy Hook. Mike Adams, on the other hand, of Natural News, is a wonderful guy, interviewed me 3 different times. And he eventually came back and interviewed me again after this long history of having my stuff banned and all that, did an interview with me. And I thought initially, because he delayed 6 or 8 weeks getting it out, that he wasn't going to publish it. But then he did under the title Most Dangerous Mind in America, because he appreciated what I'd been doing and bringing together all these experts and exposing that Sandy Hook, the Boston bombing, Charlottesville, Parkland, and so forth were all complete scams, and they're all politically motivated to promote gun control. Now you have this billionaire, Michael Bloomberg, actually buying up state legislatures. He went for 16, he got 14. Most importantly, in Virginia, where you have a lot of anti-gun zealots are now passing extreme gun control measures. And because most of Virginia is a rural county, and the farmers who live in these remote farmhouses know if they don't have the weapons to defend themselves, then they and their families, their daughters, their sons, their wives, are at the mercy of roving urban gangs who are out to rape and loot and pillage. So this state legislature is getting a very bad, very negative reaction. In fact, there was a major rally in Richmond here at the beginning of the year that we thought might make some impact, but it apparently has not. And these people are just acting like automatons. They're oblivious of the fact that Americans use guns as much as 3 million times every year to defend themselves. That on the average, they're saving around 200,000 American lives every year. If you added up all the deaths from all these stage killings, you might get about 200. I'm talking about 200,000, 1,000 times more than all those shootings combined are being saved by the use of guns. It's a completely brainless approach with this Governor Northam, and I'm telling you, they may even precipitate a new American Civil War over this issue. Because, look, the reason that shots were fired at Lexington and Concord is because the British were coming, not over taxation, but to take the colonists' guns. That's what it was all about. So the American Revolution, the first revolution, was fought to preserve our right to keep and bear arms. And it may be that we're going to have to wage a second for the very same purpose.
I understand what you're saying, and I got to tell you, I am incredibly surprised that Amazon would pull a book no matter what it's about. The fact that you wrote a controversial subject about an issue that took place that, based your claim against the claim of some, the news and the government and whatever. It's astonishing. No matter what it is, it's your opinion. It's whether it's a controversial subject or not. The fact that they pulled it, I find absolutely mind-boggling.
It's very strange.
Now they've done 6 times, Mike. 6 times.
Right. Yeah. Crazy.
Think about it. I agree with you. It's mind-boggling that this has happened in the United States, where we have a First Amendment that preserves the freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and so forth. And Google, Amazon, claims to have the right to do this, but it's really an abdication of its role as a book distributor, because now they're playing the role of a book censor.
Right.
when we find the same thing going on with YouTube and Facebook. I was locked out of my Facebook page about 2 years ago. YouTube has taken down, I don't know, probably 100 of my videos. I now have them archived at 153news.net and at BitChute. But Lenny Posner was even coming into my blog and removing blogs about Sandy Hook. I had to move to a more secure blog site to keep him from doing that. And I guarantee you, he's the only guy who had the motive, the means, and the ability. The guy's extremely talented when it comes to IT, and he appears to be the tip of the spear when it comes to internet censorship.
Right.
I mean,
Jim, I gotta jump in here.
Michael, it's just amazing the role he plays here. He's like the fulcrum around which this all revolves.
I gotta jump in here really quickly and ask both of you this question. Is the truth dead? Is journalism dead? Is freedom of thought dead?
Great question.
Well, mainstream media journalism is most decidedly dead. In fact, every time you hear one of these guys talking about a false conspiracy theory when they haven't done any research and they would have no idea whether it were true or false, but they've been instructed to use the word false, you're engaged. They're engaged in advocacy journalism. They're not being objective, and you find this all the time now. I have, for quite a while, referred to the New York Times as the Langley newsletter because it's so massively infested by the CIA. The whole business began back in the 1950s. It's called Operation Mockingbird, where the agency began infiltrating the mainstream media, such that by 1975, William Colby, then its director, testified to Congress, get this, that the agency owned everyone of any significance in the media. It was followed 2 years later by Carl Bernstein's article, The CIA and the Media in Rolling Stone, 1977, in which he explained that officials of the agency had boasted that their greatest successes had been with Time Life, the New York Times, and CBS. Well, if you were aware of the dissemination of news in that era, if you controlled Time Life, the New York Times, and CBS, you had a lock on what went out to the American people. So it's extremely powerful. With the internet, we had a golden age of about 15 years before the massive threat posed by the internet became obvious and people began connecting, sharing their research, exchanging their views, putting up documents to demonstrate what they discovered, which is what I have been then encouraging and benefiting from, collaborative internet research. I've even organized virtual conferences. I did a virtual conference on academic freedom. I did another virtual conference on 9/11 by doing the interviews with the participants without having to bring them all together into one place. I mean, I have, in fact, chaired or co-chaired 5 national conferences on JFK in 1999, 2000, 2001, 2003, and then 2013 on the 50th observance, and a number of conferences on 9/11 in Madison in 2007, in London in 2010, in Vancouver in 2012, and then been flown, Athens and Buenos Aires, as I already mentioned. So I believe very strongly in the internet as a medium of communication and research. There are those who say you can find anything on the internet, which used to be true, at least. Now it's so censored. You used to go to something like Sandy Hook and you get all the arguments for and all the arguments against. Now you only get the arguments for because they've censored or obliterated the arguments against. But it used to be that you could find everything on the internet, which was a great advantage because that meant you could get the arguments pro and con and sort them out for yourself. That's my own area of specialization as a professional philosopher, sorting out arguments, evaluating the relationship between evidence and hypotheses, which I'm now applying systematically to all of these fabricated events. Well, I mean, I don't begin assuming they're fabricated. They just turn out to have been. So, I mean, look, if I got evidence that showed conclusively Sandy Hook really was real, and the FEMA report was fabricated, and there wasn't really a drill, and there wasn't really a sign, and there weren't really people with name tags on lanyards. But look, what a stretch that would be. I mean, it's taken us years to sort all this out. Not only do, Mike, just before you give me another question, not only have has our own research not been shown to be wrong, but more recent research in 2018, for example, Robert David Steele, who's former CIA and has become a whistleblower, um, uh, edited a series of memoranda on Sandy Hook for the President of the United States. I had previously assisted him in doing a series of memoranda for the President on 9/11, where I brought in about half of the contributors. Well, I brought in virtually all of the contributors on Sandy Hook, but some of them were new, hadn't contributed before, and they were all offering new research, new observations, which confirmed and rounded out the research we'd done before. I mean, I'm telling you, the evidence has settled down sufficient that if you're familiar with the evidence, you're certainly entitled to accept as an explanation that it was a FEMA drill presented as mass murder to promote gun control.
Now, Jim, I have to jump in here really quickly. I'm not quite sure if Myke is familiar with Robert David Steele. Myke, are you familiar with him?
Give me a hint.
Well,
The name doesn't strike a bell,
Yeah.
but give me a hint.
I see.
Well, he's a
Well,
rather formidable guy. He has a website that's pretty impressive, and he has a formidable intellect. He's been the largest reviewer of books on Amazon. I don't know. He's reviewed 3,000 books for Amazon. I mean, the guy's truly prolific in the scope of his reading. He has an excellent mind, and he's involved in a whole lot of activities. So this is a formidable guy, former CIA. He believes in open source intelligence. In other words, all U.S. intelligence ought to be open to the public, and a lot of it is actually based on publicly available sources, so we know what's going on. He would be for curtailing, activities or operations by the CIA and returning it to its original conception as an intelligence gathering agency, if that were possible. Obviously, that would be a good thing. He's just fortified. He just bristles with good ideas about what could be done to improve government. He'd make a wonderful advisor to a president of the United States. If someone like Donald Trump, for example, were to listen to Robert David Steele, he'd be light years ahead.
let me just jump in here really quickly. I recently heard an interview he did that he conducted. He was the host. Now, for those who forgot, he did go on the Alex Jones show and say there was sex trafficking going on in Mars. Now, I'm not making that up, Myke.
I know that's
I'm not making that
don't
up.
know
He
where
did say
some of
that.
stuff like that comes from.
Jim,
'cause,
let me explain to you. Let me explain to you where it comes from.
It's supposed to be in order to preserve his life.
Well,
He's
let me
gotta
tell you,
say
Jim.
something that could be cited to be discrediting. Because I'm telling you, I have not paid attention to that aspect. But another fellow, Andrew, let's see, Weber. He was a judge at my Vancouver hearings. He has a website. He has an associate who claims to have been transported to Mars. I find all this complete and utter nonsense myself.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to.
There it is. So, I mean,
Right.
if you wanted to use it against him, I'm just telling you, I've got a mountain of good work he's done.
Oh, no
over
doubt.
Beside that,
No
so.
doubt. I'm not trying to throw mud at him by any
Oh,
means. It's
I know
just,
you're not. I know you're not, Michael, and I find it just as surprising.
It's a little
and,
odd.
shall we say, bewildering as do you. You know?
yes, I was just thrown back by it. However,
He's actually involved. He's a counsel to an organization that seems to be seeking to expose pedophilia worldwide.
which is a good thing. I'm not against that whatsoever. He did
Yeah.
say these claims on the Alex Jones show saying that there was sex trafficking going on in Mars for those that aren't familiar. And again, I'm not making that up. I don't know where he got that from, to be honest with you. And another thing I gotta ask here and throw it, well, not that I have to ask, I have to throw it out there for those that don't know. I'm beginning to believe he got this from a man by the name of Bill Tompkins, I'm sure. I think that's his last name. I think that's where he was getting at this, and he had interviewed, Bill Tompkins, that's his name. And that's where he was getting all this information from. But the whole sex trafficking thing, that's something that he must have thrown in there for, I don't know, I really don't understand why he threw that part in there, but there had been talk about a secret space program
Weber is the other guy I was talking, who's also into this Mars business, and
Right.
who has an associate Basiago, I don't know, claims to have been teleported to Mars and all that.
Yeah, it's hard to buy.
I mean, I find this,
It's a hard sell.
I find it ridiculous, on its face. But I'm telling you,
He's a
does
good guy,
so
though.
much good work
I'm not
that
denying
it's
that.
just kind of baffling.
I'm not sure why.
Personally set it to one side, but it's true. I mean, I absolutely acknowledge what you're saying, Michael.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm just taken back by why he would sort of go down the route and talk to these individuals out there who might be leading him the wrong way.
No, but a friend of mine who has deep intel connections say some of these people have to say things that can be used to discredit them in order to preserve their lives. That it's actually an existential thing.
For sure. Jim, now it is that time to sort of get right into the political realm, and I just wanted to ask you about the never-ending Trump saga. What are your thoughts with all the latest with our president, Donald J. Trump?
Well, this week has been absolutely unbelievable. Good for the Republicans, catastrophic for the Democrats. We began with the Iowa caucuses. It's evident that there's an effort to stop Bernie, and they were going all out using this app as one of the devices to make sure he didn't emerge at the top of the heap. He actually got 6,000 more votes than any other candidate in the first wave, which is the most like a primary, where everyone just comes in and votes for the candidate they most prefer. Then they go through a stage where you eliminate those who receive less than 15%, and you have to negotiate as to who you're now going to support. And he and Buttigieg came out neck and neck by maybe a hair. Buttigieg seems he may have prevailed over Bernie in the final tally, but not in the original. See, Bernie has declared a victory because he got 6,000 more votes, and as he's appropriately observed where he comes from, if you get 6,000 more votes over your closest competitor, you won, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
Not only do I agree with that, but there was a lot of funny business going on. This app appears to have been made up by a company that received a lot of money from the Buttigieg people, that it was staffed by people who are Hillary and Obama holdovers. Hillary has a passionate dislike of Bernie. And I think there's a massive effort here to try to suppress Bernie. Remember, they sabotaged Bernie back in 2016 by Debbie Wasserman Schultz shifting 13 primaries that Bernie had legitimately won to Hillary's column to guarantee she'd be the nominee. Now, frankly, because Bernie's foreign policy overlapped with Trump's in relation to the Middle East, by both declaring that they want to get our forces out of the Middle East and, reallocate the money to benefit the United States, which is part of Trump's America First policy. And while Bernie's domestic program, certainly at that point, I think would have been more appealing than Trump's, I believe actually if they'd let democracy work and Bernie had emerged as their nominee, that he would be president of the United States today. They didn't do that then. And it looks as though they're going to try and deny him again. I think in mistaken beliefs, it seems to be focusing a lot on this notion of democratic socialism. But as Michael Moore was observing during an interview just the other night, Franklin Delano Roosevelt could be described as a democratic socialist because he had government programs that benefit the people. He was even citing another earlier democratic socialist, though they weren't known by that name at that time, who was talking about how it's harder for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven than it is for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. I thought that was pretty damn impressive. I mean, Michael Moore is a great guy to have on your side. I mean, believe me, Trump has been doing things in the Middle East that I regard as completely disgraceful. The assassination of Soleimani was a war crime. It was a violation of international law, of the UN Charter. It was a preemptive attack on another nation, which under the Charter is only permissible under two conditions: if you have permission of the UN Security Council, which was not the case, or if there were an imminent threat, which required an immediate response, which was also not the case. So he violated the UN Charter, which is connected to the United States by a treaty, where under the Constitution, treaties have the same status under the law as the Constitution itself. So if you wanted an example of a bona fide impeachable offense for which Trump could rightly be held accountable, There is one. Another is the sanctions on Iran. This is a form of collective punishment that is proscribed by international law, the Geneva Conventions, and the UN Charter, because you're punishing the whole population for actions by its political leaders. That is not permissible. We did the same thing in Iraq. We had this no-fly zone. It led to the deaths of some 500,000 Iraqis, most of whom were children and infants. Where Madeleine Albright, during a 60 Minutes interview, was asked had it been worth it, and she turned to the camera and assured the public, oh, yes, having the no-fly zone was worth those 500,000 deaths in Iraq. Well, this is insane. This is inhumane. And therefore, Trump is also subject to impeachment for violating the Geneva Conventions and UN law by these sanctions on Iran. And I do not understand why no one has raised that issue. I've never heard a peep in the national media about either of these points, that he's actually violating his oath of office to uphold the Constitution, because we're tied to the UN Charter by treaties, and therefore it has the same status as the Constitution itself, where he took an oath to preserve and defend from all enemies, foreign and domestic, including himself. Now, the fact is that it's not made any waves. Most of the American public approve of what he did in taking out Soleimani, who was actually a military genius of a very high order. He was the greatest master of counterterrorism the world has ever known. He used the disparate resources of Iraq, of Lebanon, of Syria, of Iran to defeat ISIS, which was this mercenary terrorist army that had been created by the United States, by Hillary Clinton when she was Secretary of State, John Brennan when he was director of the CIA, and Barack Obama, president of the United States, to bring pressure on the Assad government in Syria, where Syria, incidentally, is already a democracy, and Assad is the democratically elected president of Syria, enjoys the support of 80% of the Syrian people, a substantially higher percentage than our president enjoys. So we can't be bringing freedom and democracy to Syria. What we can be doing is destroying it. And where, he was successful in destroying ISIS, which we created and which we in Israel were maintaining.
Amazing.
So I damn him for that, and for other actions he'd made, such as declaring Jerusalem to be the capital of Israel, when that had to be part of a complex resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian problem, for saying that the Golan Heights belong to Israel, when it's recognized internationally as Syrian territory occupied by the Israelis, compounded by the discovery of a vast reservoir of natural gas, which would be beneficial to the whole Palestinian people, by defunding the International Refugee Organization, it would have assisted Palestinians by expanding the definition of anti-Semitism here in the United States by an executive order that makes it now a form of anti-Semitism to criticize the government of Israel, the actions of the government of Israel, which is a manifest absurdity and a violation of the First Amendment. There's a third impeachable act you could bring against Trump that I myself would support. And then, of course, this absurd peace plan, which is completely ridiculous, had all kinds of intolerable aspects and really would mean the death of the possibility of a two-state solution. It's really a joke to anyone who's looked at it. None of that has created a ripple. He follows this fiasco in Iowa, where, believe me, there's no doubt about it that this is an effort to destroy him, and they're attempting to use Buttigieg as the instrument to do it, where Bernie has astutely pointed out that 40 billionaires are supporting Buttigieg to take out Bernie, because Bernie would dramatically increase taxes on billionaires. So in their own self-interest, they're trying to destroy his candidacy. Then Trump had a soaring State of the Union, and apart from the passages about Iran, which I regarded as faintly absurd, it was masterful. Yeah, but you had a generally common response, and it was not only an excellent State of the Union, perhaps the best State of the Union they'd ever heard. And of course, it was all, featured various reality show elements, where the guy's a genius when it comes to public relations and his mastery of the media, and where he gave the Medal of Freedom to Rush Limbaugh. Now, look, I have had a long history of supporting Democratic candidates as the better of the choices available. I voted for Bill Clinton twice. I voted for Barack Obama twice, but when it came to Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton, it was to me no contest.
Right.
Hillary is a monster. She savaged Libya. She slaughtered the Libyan people and even butchered Gaddafi himself. He didn't put up a fight. He was traveling in a convoy under a white flag of surrender to a location specified by the Department of State when Hillary had his convoy interdicted and had him savagely murdered, castrated, and sodomized with a bayonet, about which she would later cackle and laugh, paraphrasing Julius Caesar, who had observed in relation to the Gallic Wars, I came, I saw, I conquered. She said, we came, we saw, he died, cackle, cackle, cackle. This is an inhumane monster of a person who still thinks she might have a chance of beating Donald Trump. We finally got the explanation, by the way, for her popular vote turnout. Robert Epstein, who's the editor-in-chief of Psychology Today, who has more than 30 years of experience in the behavioral science, has been studying the elections of 2016, 2018, and the role of the internet and Google, and has discovered that Google used its internet in its algorithm basically to remind only Democrats to get out and vote. That increased Hillary's take in 2016 by between 2.6 and 10.4 million votes. So if you want to know why Hillary seemed to win the popular vote, it's because Trump didn't win because of any Russian interference. Hillary nearly won because of Google interference. This also explains why the Democrats retook the House of Representatives in 2018, and where he's warning the public that they're going to gear up for 2020 and go all out, so that unless something is done, no matter how powerfully Trump is positioned for re-election, and I guarantee you he is, a recent poll by Rasmussen showed that 34% of black likely voters are supporting Donald Trump. 34% of black likely voters are supporting Donald Trump because the economy is so good, black unemployment is so reduced, and because he's not allowing immigrants to come in and take the low-wage jobs on which their quality of life depends. So they're supporting Trump on multiple grounds. This is coming a great shot to the Democrats, but if they have Google providing, tens of millions of excessive votes, who knows what the outcome will be. I'm telling you, it's got nothing to do with Russia. It has to do with Google and the corrupt Democratic apparatus. And then you had Nancy Pelosi ripping up the State of the Union speech, which was disgraceful conduct. You even had Jonathan Turley, of all people, who's a left-wing law professor at George Washington, who had testified at the request of the Democrats about the impeachment hearing as to why Trump ought to be impeached, saying now, based upon her behavior, her misconduct, that this was so disgraceful, she ought to resign as speaker. That's not me. I might share that opinion. That's Jonathan Turley, which is completely extraordinary. And of course, you had the final vote where the outcome was not unexpected, with a 53 to 47 majority in the Senate, where it takes 2/3 or 67 votes to remove the president from office. It was never a reasonable expectation. But where everything came out party line except for Mitt Romney, who crossed over to vote against him for an abuse of power, indeed in relation to requesting the Ukrainian government to investigate Burisma. Well, the Democrats are lauding this as a great act of principle, but typically Romney, it's shallow and self-serving because Romney was tied in with Burisma. I gather his own son was on the board of Burisma.
By the way, Jim, I got to jump in here really quick.
At the same time as Hunter Biden.
Jim, I got to jump in here really quickly with you. I gotta ask you this, since we are talking about the Democrats here, and I've asked you this before in the past, but Pete Buttigieg or Buttigieg, whatever, how the fuck you pronounce his name? I don't even know how. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce his name. But do you think? Do you think America is ready for a homosexual to be president? Myke and Jim, go ahead.
I made the observation. We've already had, people talk about Buttigieg and having a first husband. Well, we've already had that, except it wasn't known. And they were Barack and Michelle Obama, where she was born Michael Robinson. She played football for Oregon State. she adopted a female persona when she transferred to Princeton, from which I graduated myself. Her physician walked into her in a trailer in Trenton during a campaign where she was taking a leak standing up.
My
He's been
God.
paid millions for his silence, but he believes it's too important that the public needs to know that Michelle Obama is not a man who underwent a sex transformation. Michelle Obama is the man who has breast implants.
My God.
I've been making this point because I don't believe in fraud and fakery, and these people have been baffling, faking out the American people, and I find it completely disgusting. In fact, Barack Obama was well known in Chicago for a torrid love affair he had with Rahm Emanuel in the bathhouses in Chicago. And then when he's elected president, he brings Rahm along with him to the White House. Do you know, Michael, this may not be on your desktop, but that in the WikiLeaks revelations, there was one about Barack having spent maybe it was $35,000 of taxpayer money to fly in hot dogs and pizza from Chicago. Well, you knew there was something odd about that because the White House doesn't allow any food to be delivered from the outside. If you're talking about real hot dogs and real pizza, obviously they'd be stale and have to be reheated. I mean, it's a stupid idea. It turns out those are slang terms in Pizzagate for little boys and little girls. So Barack Obama shelled out $25,000 or $35,000 to fly little boys and little girls in from Chicago for a private party at the White House. How bad is that?
That's pretty insane. Mike, your thoughts on Pete Buttigieg or Buddha something?
Buddha Gaguga. My personal opinion, and I don't want to cause controversy because I've already lost a lot of friends already with my stance in politics.
Oh no!
Yeah, I've lost a number of people who.
I'm shocked.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm pretty outspoken, and I believe in.
I love that. Yes.
Thank you. Unfortunately, not everybody appreciates it, and those who are on primarily on the Democratic side, even though I'm not a Republican,
neither am I.
Right now, I've told you in the past, I was a Democrat.
That's right.
I was politically correct, and I was a liberal for 26 years, and it was Barack Hussein Obama who made me change that because I positively despised him and I thought he was a danger to this country. However, so the question you asked me was, what did I think about Buttigieg? All right. As a personal individual, I like a president like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I want somebody that's got a set of balls on them that is going to protect my country and make sure that I feel comfortable. I did not feel comfortable with Hussein Obama at the helm. As a matter of fact, it's one of the main reasons I moved out of Kearny, New Jersey, which was 10 minutes from the Holland Tunnel by New York City. I felt that we were going to be attacked again. I felt that there was going to be a terrorist attack and possibly a dirty bomb that would go off. So I felt very uncomfortable with Hussein Obama in power, and therefore I left New Jersey. So I don't know if – look, I got nothing against homosexuals. So I've known homosexuals throughout my life, especially in the music career. There's a lot of music, of people in the music industry and the scene that are gay. And I got no problem with that. I really don't. However, I don't think that the country is ready for a homosexual, be it man or woman, as a president. And I only say that because we are in and you can cut me down for this answer, but I feel that the country is in a dire situation and we need somebody with balls.
I hear you,
somebody
Mike.
That's going to handle things correctly, whether it's
Mike,
militarily or financially.
The reason why I'm even asking both of you this question is because both of you already realize that this is a quote-unquote Christian nation, and most of the Christians out there wouldn't support a homosexual. And I'm thinking, he has his work cut out for him. I just don't think
Well,
America
Michael,
would
he's
back him.
young and inexperienced. He's only been the mayor of a city of what, 100,000, South Bend, Indiana.
That's
I mean,
another thing.
he's unqualified. He
That's
is, however, he's very articulate. He's very intelligent.
Yeah.
He speaks well. He makes a favorable personal impression. But when it comes to whether he has the gravitas to serve as president over and beyond his being openly gay
Right.
and having a first husband, he doesn't begin to cut it. He is an ad hoc instrument to try to damage Bernie Sanders. That's why he's there. And that's why 40 billionaires are supporting him. And you're going to find, I think, in short order, he'll be cut down to size, but he may have done enough damage that, if we have a brokered convention, that's where the Democrats, the DNC, that is, want to bring in their favorite candidate. And for God's sake, I mean, it better not be Hillary. Hillary, it turns out, has been using body doubles ever since her collapse at 9/11 memorial. And I have documented her use of 6 to 8. She had a more recent one this year that looked like a chipmunk. The New York Times in early 2017 had a report about Hillary's in the house about her attending 4 plays on Broadway, each of which was accompanied with photographs. And I wrote the author and said, that was a very interesting report, but none of those were Hillary. And if you want to find the proof, it's called Fake News Issues of Identity at 153news.net, where I document 6 to 8 Hillary body doubles, most stunningly during the debate with Bernie Sanders and with Donald Trump in 2016. That was a Hillary body double. She was younger, lighter, healthier, much more pleasant. She had a voice box that gave her voice exactly the quality of Hillary Clinton. You're hearing Hillary Clinton's voice, but that is not Hillary Clinton's body. And I document right there. And it's astounding because this was on the national stage. I mean, this was before the whole effing world.
Right.
That this stunt was being pulled. And, Hillary believes she actually beat Donald Trump when she did not beat Donald Trump. And it was this Google manipulation that made it appear as though she'd won the popular vote, which wasn't even true.
For the record.
In fact, I've got an independent statistician by the name of Richard Charnin who has a book that has not been banned on Google, showing that Trump actually even won the popular vote in spite of Google's effort.
Before I get any heat, I just wanted to quickly add that I am in California and I don't hate the gay community at all, by the way. The gay community really has,
Look,
they really
have
like
gay
me.
friends. I mean, what
Sure.
the hell? I don't have any problem with gays. I'm a different strokes for different folks kind of guy. I just don't believe in hypocrisy and fraud. I believe in truth and advertising.
Right.
They came out and said, I'm Barack Obama and I'm gay and I'm married to Michael Robinson, who's a man with breast implants, and our children are borrowed from their physician, where a diligent student actually tracked down their parents, and the older girl looks just like her father, the younger just like her mother. The whole thing is a total fraud. We want to be honest with you, the American people, so you know what you're getting if you vote for us. I don't like to put up with bullshit. We've had too much bullshit.
I agree, Jim.
The Democrats are specializing in bullshit. There was a time when I thought the Republican Party was a bunch of fuddy-duddies.
Fuddy-duddies.
When today, the modern Republican Party, which Trump has transformed, is actually a populist party. There's a wonderful article about Trump's State of the Union and about how he's giving us a new deal, very much in the spirit of Franklin Roosevelt, except it's a kind of energetic government that is intended to benefit the working man and woman and give the people what they really need, rather than the Democrats' dreams. They're living in a state of illusion, a state of mass illusion. And they're open borders and grabbing the guns and they've even got an idea to revise the Constitution that makes illegal immigrants have more benefits than American citizens. I mean, it's just staggering. There's no way they're going to win. The latest poll by Gallup gave Trump a 49% approval rating, and it's going up. And frankly, that Gallup is known to be favorable to the Democrats. And all the polling tends to have a 5-degree suppression of Trump voters who won't identify them as such. So when they report 49, it's actually 54%. Trump's going to be reelected. unless they manage to steal the election using Google. That's their only out, I guarantee it. Turns out Michael Bloomberg, Trump impaled him, called him Mini Mike, said he was negotiating to have a stool or a box he could stand on. He's apparently only 5'6" tall.
Wow.
I saw a photograph of him sitting in a chair next to Michelle Obama, and Michelle Obama was twice the size of Mike Bloomberg.
Big Mama Michelle.
Yeah, it was Big Mike and Little Mike.
Oh, that's true. My God. Yes.
Bloomberg's a petty tyrant. You know, he's trying to buy the election. If you watch the Democratic debate, by the way, this latest one was extremely good as debates go. It was one of the best I've ever seen. Every participant was on their game. They were all making very telling points, making them very clearly. This guy, Tom Steyer, made very good points. Andrew Yang was excellent. They're trying to tout this Amy Klobuchar, who's utterly pedestrian. I mean, this is a nobody, but they're trying to find somebody they can promote because they're so much afraid of Bernie, because Biden is so seriously injured by the exposure of all the corruption in Ukraine, and where Elizabeth Warren is some kind of joke. She just had 6 women of color resign from her staff in Nevada because they felt they were just token. You know, they weren't being taken seriously. And you know, Elizabeth Warren is just a fraud from beginning to end. So,
sorry, I wanted to join the pair.
Buttigieg is a battering ram to bash Bernie. And, you know, they're going to try to pull some funny kind of stunt at a brokered convention in Milwaukee, which is only 2 hours from my home near Madison. So,
my God. Now, Jim, earlier today, I heard a bit of your interview with, I believe it was Scott Bennett, and you talked about Kobe Bryant, of all people, and you fully believe and firmly believe that it was all bullshit, correct?
Michael, I got to tell you, this really astonished me. 3 of us, because we had a third participant, Danny Cirrus, who himself knows a great deal about airplanes. He's a pilot himself. We went through all the evidence, and I'm telling you, that is not a helicopter there in that debris. The parts that should be there aren't there. I mean, there are parts of this, an aircraft of that kind that are missing that would have to be there. This is reminiscent of Shanksville and even the Pentagon, frankly. This is one where, you know, and in addition of my research on Wellstone, because he died in a plane crash, which also was no accident. But this, we concluded, honestly, I began trying to determine whether this were an accident or an assassination, and we wound up concluding that it was completely staged. The evidence isn't even there. Let me give you one illustration. They have discovered the sound of a helicopter was recorded by one of these little bell phones. But the well phone is motion sensor activated, and the sound of a helicopter wouldn't motion activate it. So what they did was to use the vision of this camera and added an audio tape to make it look as though it was flying over this home in Glendale, where I, as a child, actually lived when I was about 3 years old for a while. I mean, and the pile of debris, it's inconsistent, but all the stories about it, it's not the chopper, doesn't appear to be the same chopper Kobe bought, which has this dark webbing over it. It was kind of a luxury helicopter. The one that crashed was dark blue, white, blue, and white, but it was only partial. There were some remnants. Scott Bennett had noticed that was on this path, and the path is big enough that you could actually run a truck up there. And it now looks as though the reason the debris was on the path is because they took a dump truck up there and they dumped it on the path.
But I got to ask you a question.
Jump in there.
What would make you think that what was his name? Kobe what?
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant. Why would Kobe Bryant fake a death?
I can't tell you. I'm telling you what we established, and I guarantee you got a 2-hour program where we go through the evidence and you can watch it and draw your own conclusion. I was surprised because it was the 3 of us collaborating, and we were picking out different aspects of the situation and how it fit together. And I guarantee I'm now convinced it was staged. The motivation appears to have been, and this is where Scott Bennett, who's a former Army Intel and PSYOPs officer, It was an elaborate psyop. What had you had going on? Well, you had all this stuff of impeachment with Trump, but it was all falling apart. And then you had this chaos in Iowa, and it was looking really bad for the Democrats. But when you have a traumatic event like this, it has an emotional effect that tends to cause you no longer to be able to exercise your cognitive faculties, and you lose your capacity to concentrate. It appears that the motivation was purely political. They needed to pull off some kind of stunt as kind of an exercise in mass psychology. I mean, it's bizarre, but I tell you, you have to follow the evidence. And the evidence, I guarantee you now, based on this 2 hour where you can go back and review the evidence for yourself, substantiates that was not a helicopter, that was made up. What we had out in Shanksville, for example, where Flight 93 was supposed to have crashed, the two reporters on the scene said the eerie aspect of the crash site was there was no sign that any plane had crashed there. And that's absolutely correct. I have in various of my presentation compared real crash sites with what you have at Shanksville, and there's no comparison. I discussed this with Colonel George Nelson, who was a U.S. Air Force crash investigator, and asked what he thought happened. And he said he thought someone took a bulldozer out there, filled it with trash, and blew it up. Similarly, at the Pentagon, if a Boeing, these were both supposed to be Boeing 757s. Now, the Boeing 757 weighs over 100 tons. It has a 125-foot wingspan, and it has a tail that stands 44 feet above the ground. So the question became, why wasn't there any debris in Shanksville? And the claim was that this was an area where mining had been done, and the earth was soft. And according to one version, the plane had disappeared down an abandoned mine shaft. So I said, well, you know, what happens when we have miners trapped in mine shafts? We know what to do. We break out the heavy equipment and the bright lights and dig 24/7 in the hope that by some miracle someone survived. Well, we didn't even do that to recover the, 54 or whatever victims in the aircraft, which is absurd if it had been real. At the Pentagon, similarly, the crash site is on the ground floor. It's about 10 feet high and 16 or 17 feet wide. You have a chain link fence. You have a couple of automobiles, big spools of cable, unbroken windows. You do not have a massive pile of aluminum debris from a 100-ton airliner. You don't have bodies, seats, luggage. You don't have wings. You don't have tail. Not even the engines, which are virtually indestructible, were recovered from the crash site. I mean, it's ridiculous. And we're getting a variation on that theme here with the Kobe crash site. And why Kobe would do it is beyond me. It's beyond me. There is a report. We've had one report. I can't vouch for the authenticity, but we had one report of someone spotting Kobe in Ohio wearing dreadlocks.
Wow.
And when somebody gave him a close look, he gave him the finger and turned away and exited the area.
My goodness, Mike, get in there.
I got nothing, man. I got nothing.
But truth is stranger than fiction. I'm telling you, it's actually unbelievable.
I got nothing, man.
Michael,
I don't even like basketball.
that was very clever of you to pick up on that. I just put that up, I think, on my Twitter at Jim Fetzer. I think you can find that account about the crash site with Danny and Scott Bennett and me.
Yes, and where can people find that, by the way, if they want to research this further?
At Jim Fetzer, that's how you find it. At Jim Fetzer is my Twitter handle.
Ah, okay. I thought you were going to list the other website. Is it 153?
Oh, that's where you can also find it there.
Ah, okay.
You can find it there because all my raw deals. I mean, this was actually a shell game. This was Scott's show. He has a show called Shell Games that's on before mine on Studio B. And so he's from 3 to 5 Central Time on Studio B. I'm from 5 to 7 Central Time on Studio A. Or he's on 4 to 6 Eastern Time, and I'm on 6 to 8 Eastern Time. He's Studio B, I'm Studio A. You can listen to the shows on freedomslips.com. But they're all archived. My shows, almost all of them are archived at 153news.net, where Gus Chambers is the name of the guy who archives them. And then I intermittently put up on my Twitter something extraordinary, like this woman calling me out of the blue and giving me a 1-hour report about the plan to have Wolfgang involuntarily committed to a mental institution. I put that interview up.
He looked rough, by the way, Jim. In the photograph that I saw, he looked real bad.
Yeah, that's because they rousted him in the middle of the night.
Man.
They handcuffed him firmly behind his back, and they walked him through a cow pasture for like a mile to get to the police car, so he'd look terrible when they did the mugshot.
Right.
It was all politically contrived, Michael. It's disgusting what's gone on here. The law has been weaponized to beat up those of us who are trying to figure out what really happened, so the American people won't be played for their money. That's what James Tracy was doing, and why it was so insulting that Lenny Posner was able to get him taken out of office. He was trying to ensure that the American people weren't being played by a fraud, technically known as theft by deception, because you had millions of Americans giving this money in the false belief that these parents had actually lost children at Sandy Hook, which is simply not the case. I mean, it's stunning.
My goodness. And what days are you on, by the way, just to clarify for the newer people out there?
I'm on Wednesday, Friday, Sunday.
Okay, perfect.
Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. But the shows, and I'm recording them all now because Gus Chambers finds it much easier to put up an MP4 than an MP3, which is why I'm right now actually making an MP4 of our interview, Michael.
Fantastic.
Because then he can put it right up. Otherwise, he's got to take an MP3, add an image, and then re-record. And the guy is being good enough. He's being gracious enough to put up my shows. I don't want to make it all the more work for him. He's doing a great job. And then, of course, I have my blog at jamesfetzer.org, where you'll find, for example, these latest exposés about Burisma being a money laundering operation. And it appears all the money, all the foreign aid the U.S. has been giving to Ukraine has been laundered and kicked back to some 40 prominent political figures around the country, 10 of whom are prominent Democratic politicians.
My God.
That's that bad, Michael.
I know Mike is...
This is why they're want to get rid of Trump. He actually wants to investigate. He really does want to drain the swamp, and I think he may very well be successful. He is so pissed off by all this nonsense. You saw he gave the boot to Vindeman and his brother and Sondland. And he'd already removed the woman, and this is such a total sham. I don't blame him at all. He's pissed, and I think it's all the more reason he may very well actually drain the swamp, pull the plug, let it go.
By the way, Jim, before the show began, I was talking to Mike, and he was telling me that he was thinking about voting for Andrew Yang.
I like Andrew Yang. I wouldn't hold that against anyone who voted for Andrew Yang. I wouldn't even hold it against anyone who voted for Tom Steyer. I'm telling you, they're both very impressive in their own way.
That was a joke, by the way, Jim.
They haven't got a chance of winning, but I don't discount the value of voting for a candidate in whom you sincerely believe. Look, I'm telling you right now, I'm so bent out of shape by Trump committing these acts against Iran. If Bernie gets a nomination, if he were to run with Tulsi Gabbard, I'd find that very tempting. The only problem being they both have the wrong approach toward the Second Amendment. And they have to come around on the Second Amendment. For that, the Second Amendment for me is a bottom line issue, because if we can't defend ourselves, they're going to... Dave Hodges observed that during the 20th century, there were 19 democides, which were massacres of whole societies, every one of which was preceded by gun confiscation. We can't let the U.S. become number 20.
It basically it comes down to this. One of the reasons we have the Second, well, not one of the reasons, but one of the good reasons for having the Second Amendment is that it has protected us from ever being invaded, and always will. No country, no enemy will invade this country knowing that there is a good myself included, there's a good portion of citizens who own firearms who would go down fighting in the event this country was ever invaded.
Mike, you're 100% correct.
I know I am.
Emperor Hirohito wanted to invade the United States, but his highest-ranking military advisors warned against it. They said there'd be a sniper behind
That's right.
made of grass.
I'm quite aware of that, Jim.
Having 100 million armed Americans, what could be a greater source of national security? And these idiots, these Democrats want to take away our guns. I mean, they're complete, utter morons. I got to tell you, this is just a disgrace. It's our greatest source of national security.
Right.
We have 100 million plus armed Americans, and they would forfeit that.
Hey, look,
It's just
you know what? There's a lot of situations that end up having that end up making gun owners look bad when we have shooters at in Las Vegas or wherever. And that does, it's sad. It's sad when things like that happen, and I can sympathize for those who may have victims who were killed by guns. I get it, but that doesn't mean you should condemn the whole situation, because like I just said, there are responsible people out there who own guns. I myself included. I love guns,
Sure.
although I don't go hunting. I just like target shooting and to protect myself. And ever since I moved out to Pennsylvania, I have my carry license, carry permit rather, and I've never felt more safe in all my life.
I have a concealed carry permit myself. Now listen, Mike, Crowds on Demand, an outfit in LA, was recruiting crisis actors for Las Vegas 15 days in advance. They used a pre-recorded soundtrack of a machine gun firing, and with some 3-shot bursts that they played over the PA system. It was
okay. Wait. Hang on. Hold on a second. I got to interrupt you. Now you're telling me that the Las Vegas shooting was fake too?
For a certainty.
Amazing.
No kidding.
I'm telling you how they did it.
Go ahead.
So they had a pre-recorded soundtrack. They had the audience seated with about 500 crisis actors, and they had a pre-recorded soundtrack of actual machine gun firing. Then they had a supplemental visual special effect in the 4th floor, right in the center of the hotel. They had a flashing light synchronized to seem to be the source of the sound of the machine gun that was being played over the PA system. Then they had higher up 3 light bursts. And yet the sheriff insists he's never seen any evidence of shots being fired from anywhere but the 32nd floor of the wing. Well, that's absurd. We have all this video. I have one called How to Spot a False Flag, where I go through a dozen or 15 of these different events and explain how we know they're phony. But the fact of the matter is, I had a Facebook friend who immediately reached out to the 3 closest medical facilities to the auditorium, the outdoor auditorium where the concert was held, and asked if they'd had any gunshot admittees. All 3 of them said no, and the third conveniently added, I think you're calling about that drill they had there, but no one was shot. You need to check with the local police. She even gave the phone number, and I called to verify myself since I knew I'd be talking about it. I got the same answer, except the third had been so helpful, had been told to shut up. And said no comment. Just said no comment. She'd been reprimanded, might have lost her job. The FBI was cleaning the laptops and the cell phones that had photographs. They were very much involved in this. We had professional medical experts writing to Paul Craig Roberts about how the alleged patients were faking it. 2 of them, one was a medical expert, another was a trauma surgeon, and they were all right. Mona Alexis Presley even tracked down the crime map, which is the report of all the incidents in the 1 square mile surrounding the auditorium area for 8 p.m. the night of the event to 8 p.m. the following day. And there are about 20, I've gone through it many times. There are about 20 incidents reported, but they're all pedestrian, disturbing the peace, assault and battery, stolen property recovery. She also tracked down the parties who were the alleged decedents. USA Today, would print all these photographs and alleged biosketches, and found, to the extent to which they weren't merely photographic variations on one another, they were based on persons who died in different states or on different dates or from different causes of death. Let's see, IntelliHub thought they'd found a mini massacre within the massacre because there were 17 ambulances pulled up in front of Hooters, Las Vegas. But they also had footage from inside, and you saw all these bored crisis actors, each with their own sheet, waiting to be taken out on a stretcher as another of the dead from the Las Vegas shooting. It's all complete nonsense. Scott noticed immediately the photograph of Stephen Paddock in the room, that there were a handful of shell casings, and some of the shell casings were for blanks and others were for CO2 cartridges. I mean, I'm telling you, the whole thing was complete sham, very shoddy. Scott and I did interviews with Kerry Cassidy for Project Camelot about it. I've got a book about it that should be out within the next couple months, where this lawsuit business had me tied up, and we were unable to finish a couple projects that we'd hoped to have out long before now. But I believe you can just go online and look for my interviews about Las Vegas, with some with and some without Scott Bennett. But for sure, look for How to Spot a False Flag. I did the original version, and then I did an expanded version in 4 parts with Catherine Horton, Dr. Catherine Horton, who's a particle physicist from Oxford, who has been doing massive research on targeted individuals and filed lawsuits in the British courts. And she's discovering the British courts are just as corrupt as the U.S. courts, and she's been run around in circles, even though she has met all the legal requirements for her case to be submitted. The courts are refusing to accept it, just as I met all the requirements for my case to be a summary judgment rendered in my favor, and yet the judgment was made in favor of the plaintiff. The 4-part with Catherine Horton is marvelous because I have additional, maybe that's the one where I include Las Vegas, and you can find it at both 153news.net, but also I think at BitChute, but it's also on her website, Stop 007. If you just do a search for How to Spot a False Flag, Jim Fetzer and Catherine Horton, you'll find the one that would be the best to watch. Believe me, you're not going to be able to watch that and be played again. You're going to know how to spot them.
Gotcha.
Oh, yes.
I mean, it's unbelievable, Mike, that all this fakery is going on. Barack Obama, we have to thank for that. Scott Bennett told me when he was doing PSYOPs for the Army that they were very concerned that they not violate the Smith-Mundt Act of 1948 that precluded the use of the same techniques of disinformation and propaganda within the United States that were being used abroad. But Barack Obama nullified the Smith-Mundt Act by the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act of 2012, just in time to bring us Sandy Hook. And these other events, I mean, we've just had open the floodgate to all these phony actions that have been made legal by Barack Obama, a guy you despise, and it turns out for a very good reason.
Yep. Don't have to tell me that twice.
I know, but there's another on your list.
So, hey, Michael, are you there?
I'm here.
Got a question for you. How much time do we have?
We have about 20 minutes or less.
20 minutes. Jim, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Can you explain to our audience what your lawsuit is about? Can you talk about that?
Well, it's very peculiar. I have been enjoined from talking about the claim I made about the death certificate, and they're even threatening to throw me into jail. They're claiming it would be a continuation of the defamation. Let's put it this way. The central issue here was the authenticity of the death certificate for this Noah Posner. And I was sued for claiming it was not authentic, and the judge has ruled that it was authentic. And even though I had 2 document experts on my side who not only confirmed my opinion, but stated that 3 other death certificates that had emerged during the course of the trial also were not authentic. Nevertheless, the judge ruled in favor of the plaintiff, and they're trying to nail me. So I'm in this very awkward situation of being compromised, in which I can and cannot say about it. There's a massive evidence online, however. I would recommend highly, for example, number 1, the video for background. You know, Sandy Hook update, Tracy loses, Wolfgang wins, the deep state strikes back, just so you can see the evidence for yourself, which of course includes the FBI Consolidated Crime Report for 2012, which shows that the intersection for murders and non-negligent homicides and Newtown, of which Sandy Hook is a subdivision, 0, the number 0. So even the FBI is reporting there were no murders in Sandy Hook, in Newtown, including Sandy Hook in 2012.
By the way, Jim, we are joined by another soul right now. Caller, go ahead.
Good evening, Michael. How are you?
I'm good, man. I can't complain. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. It's been it's a good evening to listen to the Fets. How are you, Mr. Fetzer? It's good to hear your voice.
Thanks. Yeah. But my best friend in
Excellent. Well, I'm
college called
having a
me
real
that,
tough
and
time
then
hearing him on his
Louisa
side, so
calls me
I'll
that
just
on
get the
the
question out.
Goldfish
I
Report.
wanted to end
So
this
yeah,
segment if
I like that.
you
Go
have
ahead.
time with Jim going over maybe the QAnon conspiracy / phenomena. Do you think that'd be okay?
It's all right with me. It's all right with me.
Jim, you could hear him okay now.
Yeah, I can hear him fine. I could before. Yeah. We're good.
Would
Go
you
ahead.
like me to ask the question again?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask the question one more time.
Sure.
Oh, you
Jim,
want to ask
I'd like
my
to know
opinion
if
about
you
the Q
have
phenomenon?
any opinion on the recent,
I've been a skeptic, but I'm open-minded. You know, I mean, Louisa, I do I do 2 news shows every week, actually 3 if you count my own show, because usually on Wednesday I give a recap of all the events of the week. But I do 2 shows on Mondays. One is called the Goldfish Report with Louisa. It usually runs about an hour and 45 minutes. We did it. She's not available this coming Monday, so we did it early today. We ran 2 hours. But she has been very enthusiastic about Q. I'm not quite so certain. I like what Q says. There have been various theories about who Q could be. Some have suggested it could be Steve Pachenik, whom I happen to think is a super good guy. And I tend to believe things that Steve Pachenik says. I believe he's well-founded. He knows a lot what's going on. I think there were so many efforts to destroy Trump. There have been as many as a dozen attempts to assassinate him. It's a damn good thing he's got great security, or he wouldn't be with us today. Let me just say I'm open-minded about Q. And Q, of course, has been for a long time talking about a long list of indictees and grand juries and all that. Let's see if it happens. I'll just tell you now, if Trump is reelected, and I don't see how it's possible for him not to be reelected unless Google does this massive manipulation of the vote about which something must be done in advance, he's going to clean house, I believe. I mean, that's my expectation. And obviously, I can't know it for a certainty, but I strongly believe that if there's going to be a fulfillment of all of that draining of the swamp, it will happen, and it will be thorough and far-reaching.
Did you hear that, by the way?
Yeah, I came through loud and clear.
Nice. Okay, I'm glad we got the phone working, and Jim can hear you, and you can hear Jim. Go ahead if you have one more question.
Yeah, Jim. And by the way, this is Frank, and we've spoken on email quite often regarding the unblockable or uncensorable technology that I use for my IP. And I've been,
I'm technically very unsophisticated. It's odd because I've published all these books about the theoretical foundation of computer science and artificial intelligence, and these are areas of my expertise. But hands-on technology is a whole nother matter for me. And
if I may,
I find it challenging to upgrade my operating system.
Sure. Well, if I may interject, and I just want to let you know that you did put me in touch with Jack, and that was very nice of you. But what I want to get to is I'll tell you a quick story. Look, I've taken my IP to people that are quote-unquote experts. Like, I'll give you an example of a very famous, well-to-do, good-intentioned man, I suppose, who apparently had a background in IT technology. This information that I gave him drove him nuts, and even he was hacked, and he is a bit of a hack. So I tend to think that he probably blew it for the sake of his own, I don't know, ego. But prior to him, I was working with RDS about this. And so I would just ask that you probably get you and Jack together with RDS to discuss the things that we've already emailed. And with that, I'll let you gentlemen go because it's much easier for me to listen. So thanks,
all right,
guys.
brother. Thanks for calling in.
I already have them in contact. I mean, that's already the case. I don't know about talking about anything else, but I mean, I've already done that. So I mean, that's good. That's all good. You're on top of it.
Very nice. And Mike, go ahead. I'm sorry I cut you off there.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I was just listening. I think you might have heard me laughing. That's all.
Oh, I thought you were going to jump in there.
Yeah, you got to keep a sense of humor about these things. I mean, it's so appalling what's going on. It's so disgraceful.
It really is
I'm
disgraceful.
glad Frank called in. That was good.
Yeah, it was nice to hear him. And Jim, I gotta ask you this. Do you personally believe that there will be some sort of civil war here in the United States? It seems like that's getting pumped out even in 2020.
Hair trigger. It's so goddamn close, I can feel it.
You think so?
In Virginia, these Democrats are idiots. Either they're idiots, complete idiots, or they're deliberately trying to provoke a civil war, because I frankly believe the odds are they're going to do it. What they're doing is so profoundly stupid. It's so threatening to the rural counties. You know, you got 80 or 90 counties and cities in Virginia that have declared themselves to be Second Amendment sanctuary counties and cities, taking a page from the liberal playbook, where they have declared, you know, San Francisco and Los Angeles, Seattle to be immigration sanctuary cities, so they won't enforce the immigration laws of the country. The difference being the Democrats are out to violate the laws in the Constitution, whereas the Virginians are out to support it. That's an enormous difference. And this was a legislature that was bought up by Michael Bloomberg, who wants to make gun control the centerpiece of his campaign for president, because, you know, Trump has already skewered him in such a way he can never recover. He can never recover from that single tweet. This is the genius of Donald Trump. He is so good at PR and media manipulation by that single tweet of talking about Mini Myke wanting to negotiate with the DNC for a platform he can stand on in a debate. I mean, I'm telling you, it's all over. It's all over. He out of Iowa, Michael, he got 20 votes. He spent $200 million. He got 20 votes in Iowa. Now, admittedly, he wasn't campaigning in Iowa, but if you take that as symptomatic of the enthusiasm, he's paying $10 million a vote. 20 votes. He spent $200 million and he got 20 votes. Now, he's campaigned for Super Tuesday, but look, Bernie's already way out ahead in California. And I think this effort to use Buttigieg as a battering ram is ultimately not going to succeed. They've had to be very explicit in attacking Buttigieg. Biden was taking down Buttigieg for the absurdity of him pretending to be a competitor to Biden by comparing their experience and background, where Buttigieg has basically nothing to show for it, and Biden has a vast, you know, resume. Now, I don't think Biden's a viable candidate at all because of his corrupt acts and for other reasons. I mean, I was reminding my wife, Senator Chris Coons was being interviewed after the Democrat debate on MSNBC, and he was speaking favorably about Biden. And I was reminding Jan, my wife, when Biden was inaugurated, you know, sworn in as a senator, Biden was, when Coons was sworn in, Biden was there, and he leaned over to Coons' daughter and said, it was picked up by the mics. It became a big story for a short period of time. Do you have any idea how horny it makes me to be standing next to a 13-year-old girl?
Good Lord.
Me too.
I mean, it's just awful. It's just awful.
My God.
I mean, how can you take seriously a creep like this? A creep like this.
Yeah, Joe Biden.
But much more seriously, Bernie was pointing out that Buttigieg is being promoted by 40 billionaires, and Bernie's put out a list of the 40 billionaires.
By the way, Jim,
so Buttigieg can't make it. The Democrats can't support a candidate who's supported by 40 billionaires.
Right. Jim, you also said Buttigieg and the word ramming, and I thought Buttigieg or Buttigieg, whatever you want.
Buttigieg is a battering ram. Yeah, they're using
those
Buttigieg to batter Bernie.
By the way, those two words should never be used in the same sentence.
Well, I'm just telling you, he's a battering ram. This is using him to beat up on Bernie Sanders, and with the app. Look, they had Buttigieg supporters who were using coin flips to decide delegates, and they were cheating with the coin flip. So they'd flip it and he'd look at it, and then he'd turn it over so it would come out in favor of Buttigieg, and they got that on video.
No surprise there.
None.
So when it turned out that the app, that he was tied into the app that the Buttigieg had given $10,000 or more to the company that made the app, he was immediately hashtag Mayor Cheat, not Mayor Pete, Mayor Cheat. And he's not going to be able to get away from that. He's Mayor Cheat. He's going to go down in history as Mayor Cheat.
In the chat room, Brooke says booty judge is how you say it.
Yeah, that's what I said before. Booty judge.
Right. Booty and judge.
Booty judge.
Booty judge.
That's a very that's a very unusual name, I just got to say.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, my wife thinks he's super, but I don't think we can take him seriously.
Oh no, the wife is supporting him.
He does not have the gravitas to come across as a serious candidate for president. They're just using him as an ad hoc instrument. They're going to use him and throw him away. He's just a temporary battering ram to beat up on Bernie. That's going to be his political history.
So Jim, the wife is a Pete Mark per se, and does she not like Tulsi Gabbard at all? And it's not quite surprising.
No, she can't stand Tulsi.
That's not surprising. That's not surprising that a woman would not like her.
Tulsi's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I love Tulsi. I mean, here's a great-looking woman who's a veteran, who's serious, intelligent, understands the issues. She had more balls than any male politician to visit Bashir al-Assad in Syria. I really am a huge fan. Now, she's weak on the Second Amendment, so she'd have to come around. Bernie's weak on the Second Amendment. For me, that'll be a bottom line issue. If there are two candidates, even though I'm not happy with either, if one supports the second and the other doesn't, I'm going to support the Second Amendment. That's absolutely bottom line. Iran, for me, is a bottom line. Trump has already crossed that by these blunders. If he were to attack Iran, it would be catastrophic. Let me say, by the way, something most of the world does not know. You remember that response that Iran made to the Soleimani by sending a lot of missiles into an American base in Iraq?
Right.
And Trump said they didn't hit anything?
Mm-hmm.
Well, under Freedom of Information Act, we have a report out of the Pentagon that was a cover story. And in fact, there were 285 casualties, 135 dead, that it destroyed all kinds of planes, helicopters, hangars, command and control. What it illustrated is that the Iranians have missiles that are not nuclear tipped, but they're very precise. And it's unnerved the Israelis because they have the same anti-missile defense system the Americans had at that base, and it did not work. So that the head of the Israeli Defense Forces given the somber report to the residents of Israel that if there's the next war, there's going to be damage at the home front. The Iranians have maybe 10,000 of these precise missiles aimed at Israel.
Now, I like Tulsi Gabbard, but as soon as I found out about her and read more into her and looked more at her and observed her on TV, I realized right there and then, Jim, no other woman is going to vote for her because of the pure jealousy that they see on their television screens.
I know.
Most women hate other women. And that's the way it goes.
How many presidential candidates are there that you'd like to get to know up close and personal?
Right, exactly. And that's the thing. Most women hate other women. And I know that's kind of like, most people would say that's like a sexist thing to say, but that's the truth.
To me, she's just sensational. But,
I think so too. Yeah.
In fact, I would like to see Pence go and Tulsi step in. I'd love to see Trump run with Tulsi. That would be just unbelievably sensational.
No, I agree. That'd be fine. That'd be fantastic with me. You get no argument from me there.
My God.
Right. My God.
Trump can't be beat except by cheating using Google. I guarantee it. So, if any candidate, see what they're trying to do is to create the false impression that there's some candidate, new, fresh face that everyone's wild about. So when we get this incredible surge of votes that are all Google manipulated, it seems to be not obviously wrong when it is actually obviously wrong. I mean, like Trump getting the highest approval rating of his career as he's being impeached. Give me a break.
Very true. That's very sane.
He is a genius at public relations and media manipulation. Now, he's been too much a stooge of Israel. He's been under the gun of Bibi Netanyahu. I think Bibi told him that just as Barack Obama, and you can add this to your list too, Mike, just as Barack Obama positioned himself for a triumphal reelection by taking out Osama bin Laden, that Donald Trump could position himself for a triumphal reelection by taking out Qasem Soleimani, except that Osama bin Laden was our main man in Afghanistan. He was instrumental in getting the Stinger missiles into the hands of the Mujahideen. They used to shoot down Soviet helicopters and planes and drive them out of the nation. He was an officer in the CIA. Colonel Tim Osman, an official from the agency, visited him in a hospital in Dubai shortly before his death of his medical maladies. It's tough to get dialysis machines in and out of those caves in Afghanistan. He died on 15 December. Local obituaries buried in an unmarked grave in accordance with Muslim tradition. Even both Fox News and CNN reported his death on the 26th of December, 2001. So he'd already been dead for a decade when Osama found it convenient to resurrect him and have him die a second time.
My God. Now, Jim, I do hate to say this right now, but we are running out of time, and time has just flown by yet again.
Yeah, well, I love it, Michael. I so enjoy it. It's a delight to have Mike here, and I'm glad that Frank called in. It's all to the good, and you seem to have a smart, group here who are following the show.
For sure.
I'm always welcome to have questions and comments from them as well. So.
No doubt. So, Jim,
it's all good.
Jim, I want to leave you with the final word. Anything you'd like to say and plug, please feel free to do so now. The stage is yours. Go ahead.
When they come for our guns, the time has come to use them.
Ooh.
My God.
Someone caught up to me and said, when they come for our guns, it's too late. So we got to be on our guard because there's lunacy. The Democrats have turned into a group of loons. I didn't used to think that, but today I'm utterly convinced they are suffering from some kind of mass illusions. Actually, Louisa, who has a background in psychology, pulled out the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of the American Psychological Association, and was reading about forms of delusion that are really a variation of Trump derangement syndrome, that they're so convinced that Trump is wrong that they're incapable of even processing any evidence that shows that's mistaken. They can't do it. It's very much like the belief that, you see, this Sandy Hook thing was executed with so much consideration for social psychology to have maximal emotional impact. Most Americans can't even bring themselves to consider the possibility. In fact, I've just come in contact with a Newtown mother who actually had two kids in the second grade in a different school. She's third generation Newtown when Sandy Hook took place. She told me how years ago she downloaded her book and secretly started to take a look at it, but she felt so guilty she couldn't do it. But then she started to realize that there might be more going on. She actually read the book, and when I interviewed her, she was saying how well organized, well written, systematic, and conclusive it was about the evidence, which I greatly appreciated. So she's like a convert, which they threaten greatly. She's actually published a couple of blogs. Her name is Rebecca Carnes. And if you go to my Twitter, you can find an interview I did with Rebecca Carnes right there on Twitter at Jim Fetzer. And if you go to my blog, jamesfetzer.org, you can do a search on Rebecca Carnes and you can find the two blogs, one of which was on Adam Lanza. Being right there in Newtown, you see, she could go to the high school yearbooks, and she did a masterful job. It turns out she has a background in journalism. She actually was running a blog about Newtown, and now she's applying her background to doing research on Sandy Hook. I'm very impressed with Rebecca.
Nice. Well, Jim, once again, it's been an honor and a privilege to speak to you here, as you and Mike have always been my favorite guests.
Well,
it's great fun being on with you, Michael. I always enjoy it.
Fantastic, my friend. I'll talk to you on the other side.
Nice meeting you, Jim.
Yeah, my pleasure, Mike. I'm glad you were here.
Good luck with everything.
Thanks so much. You too. Bye now.
Take care, Jim.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Bye-bye. And there he goes. And I think I might have hung up on Mike there. That's not good. Yeah, I did hang up on him. Let me bring him back on really quickly here. My God. Yes, when I hit that button there, I accidentally hung up on you there, Mike.
I'm here, buddy. Don't worry.
Fantastic, Mike. Well, it is that time to go on a break. And for the listeners too, it's a good time to go to the bathroom, go to your fridge, go do whatever you have to do, take some gimmicks if you have to, drink, smoke, whatever. We'll be right back after this. Stay tuned. And welcome back to the program, boys and girls. And yes, I'm not alone. Let's bring in Mr. Myke Hideous. Now you are queued up, Mike. What's going on?
I'm here, buddy.
I'm glad you're here. And Mike, we will be joined by a very, very special guest right now.
Right.
Let's bring him in. Paul, are you out there?
Yes, I am.
My goodness.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm so glad you're here. Welcome to the program. I'm so glad you're here, by the way. I'm almost becoming a mark for you, I have to say.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Paul, thank you so much, man. There's so much to talk to you about. And of course, before we jump into things, I have to ask you about your background here. And I heard your story and I know about your family. And I thought, wow, this guy's really doing a good thing. And I want you to tell the listeners about that.
Okay. Well, I was born and raised in Michigan. And my educational background is in management engineering undergrad and master's and MBA in finance. Then shortly after during that period of time, I was an automotive engineer. It's, what I did mostly for quite a few years, and then moved to New York to trade, apply that MBA to, do financial trading and corporate finance. And that was during the actual Lehman crash. So I kind of learned, baptism by fire, I guess. But then, learned quite a bit on the trading floor, and then went to earn a PhD in finance, dealing with chaos theory and algorithmic trading, oil markets and the currency markets. And during that period of time, when I was writing my dissertation, my brother passed away from heart disease, which is something that's very common in my family. So, I decided to pursue medicine. So I had to go through the pre-med program at Fordham University in New York. And I also enrolled into a master's program in biology at Harvard, where this is where I got all my bioinformatic, cellular biology, molecular biology, cancer biology knowledge, genomic knowledge. And, when this event took place, I went to the database that they posted the genome for this Wuhan strand that's infecting everybody, and found some really interesting things that just didn't look right, which led me down a whole path of trying to investigate what really happened. Was it bioengineered? Why? The virulence of the virus. What are some of the socio economic conditions that this will cause? What sort of legality, new legislations that might arise, the geopolitical aspects to this, the financial aspects to this. So I'm looking at this at all these different pillars, what I call the different pillars of the crisis. So that's the path so far.
Yes,
it's been a journey.
It really has.
Yeah.
And
I'm posting feverishly on my YouTube site.
Yeah, you've been going pretty hard there on YouTube. Back-to-back videos nonstop, my friend.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to inform people. This is my point, is that we need to be educated about what is going on. I don't feel as though the governments and the international agencies are as transparent as they can be. They are somewhat transparent, but people are scared all over the world.
Sure.
And sometimes information will help reduce that fear. But accurate information and timely information also allows people to prepare and understand what is at stake. And that is what I'm trying to do, is to the best of my ability. And I have a lot of people helping me, a lot of people volunteering and looking at data and looking at different, research studies, PDFs, and looking at what the government's doing, in terms of their coordination of the outbreaks around the world. I've been talking to researchers in Europe about, potential homeopathic remedies and stuff. But, we're in a crisis around the world and in the United States. And I'm just trying to help.
Yeah, you're trying to.
My little
for
piece,
sure.
I'm trying to help.
You're trying to help, no doubt, and that's admirable of you. And I got to ask you, the American media, in your opinion, are they downplaying the severity of the coronavirus?
I believe they are. And I think that the reason why is I get people calling into my channel.
Right.
And, some of them I record, some of them I don't. Some of them just want to be off air.
Yes.
But they're in, and you can hear in their voices, the ones that I have published, you can hear that there seems to be the healthcare system right now doesn't seem to be viewing this as an outbreak, and they're not taking it as seriously as it should because of the latency, the dormancy of the virus. I mean, it can be all the way up to 14 days without having any symptoms. And there is some data out there that shows that you can pass the virus without having symptoms. You can see that.
Oh my!
That's easy way to when you have the measure of contagion is based on an R0 value, and with the current data that we have, we're looking at an R0 value in 3.3 or 3.6, and that changes over time because of just the numbers coming in. But that basically means that for every one person that has the virus, they can pass it on to 3.6 individuals on average. So you can see the virulence of this, the contagion of it. So I don't think that they're taking it as serious as they should. And I think it's due to one major factor, and I think it's the economic factor. They don't want to scare people to the point where it affects the economy.
And just recently, another flight was carrying more Americans fleeing from the coronavirus, the outbreak out in Wuhan, China. They arrived apparently out here where I'm at in Southern California at a military base. Yeah. And that to me is troubling as it in its own right there. Myke, are you up to date with what's going on with this current outbreak? Lots of people downplaying it. Lots of people in China losing their minds. They're being locked down. People are scared shitless. Myke, your opinion?
Well, in my personal opinion, I mean, I'm not as educated as the doctor here, but I have been worried about it. I was under the impression that our government was taking the proper methods to keep, as well as the rest of the world. I was under the impression that everybody is doing their best to keep this localized in China where it started. And then I do find out that there's been reported diagnoses in, I think, what was it, Jersey and California?
Right.
There might have been other ones too. I don't know, but it's frightening. And every year I get a flu shot, and this is the one year I didn't get a flu shot, and I ended up getting the flu. Fortunately, knock on wood,
Nice.
I wasn't obviously infected with the coronavirus. So I am concerned. That's why I'm very interested in what the doc has to say.
Definitely. Yeah, this is a very growing concern, and there's even someone in the chat room right now saying that the coronavirus is a false flag. Doc, what do you got to say about those individuals out there who are saying the coronavirus is a mere false flag?
Well, I mean, there's always conspiracy theorists out there, right? And there is no such thing as an absolute false flag. It could be a pseudo false flag. Let me explain. Anyone that's watching my channel, they can see that I'm trying to use the scientific method. And I set up a hypothesis, and I look at the data, and then I change it, and then eventually, once I have enough data points that kind of confirms or denies the hypothesis, then I will move on, right, to a theory, and move and look at all these different pillars, not just the scientific pillar. But I do believe this, and I can prove for sure that this was a bioengineered virus. But I don't believe that it is a bioweapon. But you can bioengineer a virus and use it as a bioweapon. So the genesis of the virus was to study the how the virus works in its natural host, which is the bat. So they made a supercharged virus so they can study it in the lab, to understand its mechanisms, and then try to come up with a cure, like a vaccine or different viral medications.
Right.
So, and because it's a bioengineered, very virulent strain, it had to be in a P4 facility, or what we would call level 4 facility. So it's a very, very locked down kind of facility where you have to have all these special suits and air pressures, negative air pressures and all this. It leaked out. And now the question is, was it leaked out on purpose, or was it leaked out nefariously? All right. Or leaked out on purpose, or if it was leaked out on accident. Now there is evidence, because of some of the SARS viruses that came out of the P4 facility, that was also a leak. So maybe they just have really bad safety protocols. But here's the thing: is that when you start chasing the other, this is the special thing that's going on my channel. We're looking at all these different pillars to triangulate what's really going on. If you just look at one pillar, you don't catch the whole story. If you look at Miles Go, who happens to be a dissident for the CCP, that is kind of somewhat promoted on the Bannon show, the War Room.
I see.
Pandemic show.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And he and Miles Go had a tweet back on, and anyone could go on Twitter and see on Voice of Go, GUO. Okay, he made a tweet on January 4th of this year, and it was cryptic, and it talked about 10 seconds and 1 minute, and I personally think it's a factor of 6, or maybe a ratio 1 to 6, but I'm not sure exactly why it was cryptic like that. But he states that on June 4th, 2020, that China will live. So it makes it sound like there was going to be an overthrow of the CCP. Now, we know that the first cases were on December 1st, possibly going all the way back to late October or November. So when he made that tweet, he knew there was an outbreak.
I see.
So there is, and I believe that either because either a leak came out of the P4 facility on purpose or on accident, it really doesn't matter. I believe that covert operations from the U.S. government is trying to overthrow the CCP. And they're using ban and show as kind of a psyop to try to convince the American public that, Xi is so bad, he can't control his country, and there's this groundswell.
Wow.
So that's what I think is happening.
So if I may ask, Doctor, what you're saying is you're expecting an overthrow in the government of China? Is that what you're saying? Did I misunderstand you?
I believe that the CIA or something like the CIA, some black operation that's happening, because I don't know if we have a division outside of the CIA that no one knows about, but we typically call it the CIA, but it could be something else. But something covert is happening to overthrow the CCP. And Go has been tweeting this, and it's being promoted on Bannon almost every day. So it's not, but they're using it as leverage. Now, I don't believe that the U.S. government created a virus and, had it in the P4 facility and then leaked it out and then, it was racial targeting. I don't believe that at all. But I do believe that they're using it as an opportunity to show that the weakness of the Xi regime. Now, you got to remember, what is Xi doing? In 2008, there was the 1,000 talent plan, whereby they were trying to recruit 1,000 people in all key technologies to be able to do technology transfer. And we just had that espionage case that took place from Harvard and another university in Boston, where some graduate students were stealing materials. So you had Professor Lieber being charged for falsifying to the Defense Department on his dealings with China. And it so happened that he was a professor of chemistry and biology, all right? And he focused on some nanotechnologies. Then you have the cases that were taking place in the mid of last year, where you had researchers that they were stealing material out of Canada, and they're tied to the Wuhan lab. So,
wow.
Most likely there was something was going on, through the 1,000 talent plan. Then you have, it's been published by the PLA, and the U.S. Navy has known about this forever, that by 2025, they wanted to control the first island chains in the Pacific Ocean. And then by 2045, that they would control all 3 island chains. So what they're trying to do is push the U.S. Navy out of the Pacific and reduce the hegemonic power of the United States. So if the CIA sees an opportunity like this to weaken the CCP, don't you think they would take it to make sure that we maintain our hegemonic power? And I'm actually for it. I'm not against that. But but we as a people, we as the nation, need to try to reach out, and all countries, in the world need to reach out and try to help the people of China, because they are dying not in hundreds, they are dying in tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Because what we're doing is what's being published on the I know there's a lot to unpack, but what's being published on the main databases.
Yeah, the mainstream.
On the cases and the deaths. Right now, there are about 31,000 cases.
Oh my gosh.
Worldwide.
Yeah,
Most
that's
of
a
them
lot.
in China. And we have, I'm sorry, it's 37. It's actually higher. It's higher tonight. So it's almost 38,000 cases where you have over 800 deaths. 2 of them are outside of China. I believe those 2 deaths, though, are Chinese nationals. There's outbreaks that are starting in Japan, so we're just starting to see that. And, but the working model that we're using based on the University of Hong Kong is that the numbers that are being released from China probably are not true numbers for multiple reasons. you probably want to use a factor of 10. So our best guess is that there's 370,000 individuals that are infected worldwide. Most of them are in China, and our best guess is 8,000. Through the data that is being published and the modeling that's being done with the University of Hong Kong.
Understood.
And then the doubling of this is every week.
I see.
But the other data point, where I think even our best guess with the factor of 10 model, is that we're starting to hear that there are 24-hour cremations that are going on in different regions in the Wuhan city or province.
I see.
So if they're doing 24/7 cremations, then it has to be more than 8,000.
And Doctor,
they normally do 4 hours, and it takes an hour and a half to 2 hours, depending on the size of the body, to actually cremate. And if they're doing 24/7, and they're killing animals because they may be harboring the virus,
that's true.
You're talking about a lot of carnage here, and that's why I'm saying the numbers are in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of deaths.
I could believe it.
That if that's the case, then that means it's millions in China that are infected. Now, said on Banna's channel that it's about 1.5 million infected and tens of thousands. I believe it's tens of thousands, like 30,000 or something like that, 40,000 deaths. But there's some satellite imagery or something someone sent me that kind of shows sulfur dioxide over Wuhan much higher than normal. My fear is that is the signature of the cremation. I'm trying to get confirmation on that, so I don't want to say for sure.
Yeah.
But my gut feeling is that that's the signature.
Understood.
The chemical signature. So there's a lot going on. There's the geopolitical problem, and then there's this, huge biological issue that we have, that people are going to get infected. Now, what does it mean for the United States? Well, it means that, we're going to probably have an outbreak. And I'm not
that's
so
what
sure
I'm
that our
afraid
medical
of.
system is ready for an outbreak.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of, Doc.
You start thinking about, some of the civil liberties and the forced vaccinations and forced lockdowns and all this stuff, that there's a lot of power that can be given to the Department of Health and Human Services to control this. And actually, and we kind of saw it with some of the people that had the Ebola virus when they came into the States, but that was like small cases that were very easy to control.
True.
This, you don't know if you have a flu or the Wuhan virus, and you could get corona. The coronavirus is a common virus. We all have had it, all right? But there are strands of this that are very, very deadly, like this one. So someone could be sick, get a really, really bad flu-like type symptom, get a negative on the test for influenza, get a positive test for corona, and not have Wuhan. But I believe the test kits are starting to be distributed to local facilities where these hospitals can test on site instead of just at the CDC. I think that just came out like yesterday or something. So it'll probably take a few days before these hospitals can do on-site Wuhan testing.
Understood.
But the accuracy of the testing isn't as good as we would like. So you can have some false negatives. Where you think you don't have it, but you really do. But but as time goes on, those test kits are probably going to get better and better and better. But we can only work with what we got. We are actually we have the fog of war, and we're right in the battle right now. And things change. But I think there's a lot of people very concerned about forced vaccinations and lockdowns. And I've been trying to get the word out on my channel and the Oppenheimer Ranch channel and the Leak Project channel and other, radio networks and stuff. I've been trying to tell people you have to be prepared, but do not lock yourself down to the point where you're not helping your neighbor. Because there's an awful lot of people in your community that are elderly and they don't have the means to prep and get the provisions. They're on fixed income. They can't move around. Be generous and help them, because the way we, as a country, the United States is a wonderful country, and it has great people in it, and the core of the soul of the country is to help, and we're a pioneering country. We can solve problems if we work together. But the problem is that we've been in a very divisive epoch for the last couple of years, 3 years or 4 years, maybe even more. But the epoch that era that we've been in lately has been very divisive for multiple reasons. This is where we need to come together and forget about political affiliations or any of that. And it's like we as a country, all countrymen and women, need to stand tall and say we can work together and make sure that this is not going to take us down. Because what I'm concerned about is that the powers that be have kind of like convinced us that we need to be in our little cubby holes, and that if there's a problem, that it's a top-down answer. And the beauty of America is grassroots. We can solve this problem through community, and that will reduce the need of the Department of Health and Human Services, the CDC. Of course, they can help, but what I'm concerned about is that this is used as an opportunity to roll out what I call the Bio-Patriot Act. Okay, and just like what happened in 9/11, people were scared. The terrorists knocked down the buildings. There's some theories that why it happened and all that, but that's a moot point. What happened right after 9/11? We went into the Middle East, had a war, had a very long war. It's never ended. Spent trillions of dollars. But what happened here domestically was a surveillance state, never-ending scope creep surveillance state that started with the Patriot Act, and then bill out TSA and Homeland Security, and then I live in New York, and now the police have drones. Now, why does the police need drones? Do we really do? Is this the America that we really want? It is the America that
don't you agree that this is the world that we've now been led into as a result of 9/11?
Yes, but my point is that if we work together, and see, they divided our country. The powers that be. I completely agree with you. 9/11 was the catalyst to roll this surveillance thing out, and to erode our civil liberties. But the Constitution states we the people, not the government, right? We the people. So we at the grassroots level can circumvent this. They only have power when we let them to have power. Let me give you an example. When Obamacare was rolled out, independent on if someone wanted Obamacare or didn't want Obamacare, the power was in the people. If the people rose up and said, I will not sign up for it, it would have been killed even if it was passed in Congress. Even if they said, well, we're going to charge you, a fee. They used the fee thing to scare people. But they were worried that people wouldn't sign up. You could tell at the very beginning, that first month, they were concerned because they kept on looking at the numbers, the sign-up numbers. That was an opportunity for the American public to say, enough is enough of telling us what we have to do versus what
Doctor, you sound like a very caring man concerned about the well-being of not only just individuals that are close to you, but Americans in general. And I applaud you for that. I think
Thank you.
You kept mentioning the fact that we need to work together as Americans, and I completely agree with that. However, as you said before, we've been torn apart. This country's been torn apart by by the politics that have been taking place since 2016. I myself, I was just saying before to Michael, I myself have lost connection with associates and friends who don't agree with how I feel politically. Not to get off the subject, but I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that we've reached a level.
We've reached the tipping point for sure, Mike.
we definitely reached a tipping point, but as a result of, say, the world becoming smaller with the internet, everybody's got
Right.
an opinion, and therefore, see, things like this didn't happen 20 years ago, or even 20, 25 years ago, when we weren't making our opinions national through like Facebook and the internet and websites. So we get split apart. All right. So not to get off the subject, what I'm saying is that the entire country has gotten well off its axis with politics, and it's gotten separated. So I question exactly what you said before about us coming together, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope that if in the event there was a catastrophe or some sort of a chaotic situation, that we could all come together. I pray that that's going to happen if indeed there was a catastrophe. However, right now, I think it's I have to say I really wonder where our future is at,
I agree.
because we're just
Yeah.
we're in a real tight situation right now that is very concerning, and this coronavirus only makes it worse, because it's as if we're not pulling together enough to really deal with the situation. And I'll tell you, the things that you're saying to me right now just scared the crap out of me.
hmm But here, I can explain it in like different levels. One, a very philosophical level, or mathy kind of level. Like you said, there is the chaos. A system could be in chaos, or a chaotic attraction, and another chaotic event within that chaotic system could snap it back into equilibrium. Okay, that's the mathy way of saying another thing I'm going to say. There's a lot of evidence since probably after Vietnam that would state that there's been a fracturing of the American society for multiple reasons. And there is this divide and conquer. There are individuals, power brokers, that feed on and profit from the division. And us Americans, if we wise up to the fact that both sides are being targeted, the right and the left, in this case, are being targeted by, let's say, the above, then if we wise up, then we can actually have new beginning, new renaissance, new, take back our country. And on some of the channels that I've been talking on, I've been saying we need to wake up and actually say no more to this scope creep on our civil liberties, and that we roll back to a pre-9/11 day and pull out the NSA, curtail the CIA, and have better checks and balances, and to just let all that division just go under the bridge and start anew. I think it was very emblematic of when Nancy Pelosi tore up the speech.
Right.
It's her prerogative to do it, but I think the symbol was our country is fractured, it's tearing apart, and just imagine if that was the Constitution. And what does that mean to every soldier, and all those mothers and widows that had to suffer because of the absolute sacrifice that soldiers have done throughout the ages for our country. We have to protect that Constitution at all costs, because if we lose that, we lose our nation. And that Constitution is about freedom. It's we the people. The right and the left have to come together and look at the tyranny from above.
Agreed.
Because the people above don't care about the right or left.
That's true.
They just care about the division, and they feed on the division. So we need to work together. But to solve the coronavirus issue, It's really localization. It's grassroots. It's helping the neighbor and working with government and making government accountable and say, if there is an outbreak in my community, what is the plan? We don't want to hear that there's a big rollout of the military and everyone's being pointed with guns and forced vaccinations and all that, because I'll tell you what, there's going to be an awful lot of patriots that are going to be starting to fight that. That will be talking about another chaotic, attraction point or a tipping point. That will be it.
May I ask a question?
All this thing, if they do, I am very positive about this, that if what we saw from YouTube with how the CCP was just dragging their citizens and beating them up and all that was happening in the United States, there's going to be an awful lot of patriots that are going to stand up and say enough is enough from the government. And this division that we're talking about it'll go kinetic.
My
it
God.
won't be just verbal. When I mean kinetic, I mean war.
Understood.
People will rise. People will rise up. So but I'm not saying that. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying I want peace.
Right.
I want our country. Our country was fractured, definitely when JFK was assassinated, right? But in a short amount of time, we came together during the moon landing, and the Apollo program, and the space program. That was a sense of national pride. This event here, the coronavirus event, can be another sense of a national pride, and a rebirth of, what, we're going to roll back the post 9/11 days, and we're going to, it's going to be more free.
Yeah,
we don't need a never-ending surveillance state. We're always looking for the
right.
boogeyman.
And going back to 9/11,
I'd rather live in freedom.
Oh, go ahead.
And not live dangerously than to live in safety but under tyranny. And that's what America is about. It's about the exploration. It's about taking chances.
Understood.
Not the nanny state. So, but we as a people need to come together and help our neighbor. We have been way too fractured. A lot of these preppers, they're thinking they're just going to hunker down and just, lock, use their shotgun right at the door. And, if anyone knocks, blow it away. I'm speaking with hyperbole. But,
yes.
But the point I'm making is that there's not enough discussion in the prepper community where it's talking about community. I'm hearing a lot of self-centeredness. For example, the masks. We're running out of masks now because everyone's hoarding them.
Where in this country or in China?
Well, you have it in China, but I'm hearing it even in New York, where a bunch of people have bought masks and you can't find the masks at the stores now. Well, if you have a bunch of people buying things that really don't need it, and the area that does need it, like an outbreak area, that's being self-centered. And what happens when the healthcare professionals don't have the materials that they need, like the masks and whatnot, to be able to treat the outbreak? Because our healthcare system, you've seen on TV when there's like a car crash and it's like, pile up the 5 cars and, the 6 or 8 people are rolling into the ER. It's total chaos. Can you imagine if you have 10,000 people in your community barfing and really sick and having, shakes and some convulsions and stuff like that?
Right.
The healthcare system would break down. They don't have enough people they don't have enough beds, let alone people, to be able to process it. So that's why we're starting to hear that the military is going to start quarantining people on bases or forts, right?
It's already starting. Yeah, we're seeing that in San Diego.
Yeah, there's an article about Kalamazoo. There's a base around Kalamazoo. I can't remember the name of it, but they're practicing operations for containment. So people are going to get scared when they say, well, you're going on a base and you got a bunch of fatigue guys, walking around with, M16s. That's not how you approach it. You approach it with kindness and compassion, not military You don't attack the virus with a gun. You attack it with science and compassion and love for your neighbor. And this is the panic that people are going to start seeing in the United States. Now, hopefully, these decisions from our government, with involving containment using the military, is just a bad decision. But it could be on purpose. And if it's on purpose and to roll this Bio-Patriot Act that I'm talking about, then you know what? I think game's on for a kinetic situation.
Understood. And I think Mike had a question for you. Mike, go ahead.
Oh, gee, I forgot it. It was so long ago.
Oh, did you?
Oh,
I think what
You
I
can
was
ask
going
me.
to ask, let's see. I'm sorry, it slipped me. It was so long ago. It was like 10 minutes ago.
That's
so-
okay. I did have a question for you in the chat room. There was someone by the name of Tim O who says, so how's the Wuhan cremating everybody and nobody's hearing of it? That's what he said.
Well, I mean, the first announcement that because active journalists, these citizen type journalists, that's where we're going to get the information from these types of regions. So I got the information originally from Vox Mining. He has a YouTube channel, right? And he's in Singapore, but he's been posting feverishly and covering his what's going on in Asia.
Yeah.
And because of the time difference, it's great to listen to him late at night, and for my morning posts and stuff, to get everyone in the United States up to speed. There's a lot's happening while they're sleeping. So it's a great source. And he was the first one that I heard where he was able to get information out of China, and he was able to publish it on his website where it was showing that there was cremations that were going 24/7. And then, video confirmations of this, it seemed to be happening because of the number of bodies wrapped up in these yellow bags about 2 days later. So I think there's enough data points there to say, yes, it is happening. Like I said before, that sulfur dioxide cloud that's over Wuhan now is suspicious. And Go on the War Room with Bannon, Stephen Bannon, had stated that it's a lot worse. He's I would assume he has some inside information.
Yeah, I think he might be
Chinese.
I think he might be right. He might know something we don't.
Yeah, so I mean, there is people trying. I have posted stuff about it. So people are trying to get the word out. The problem, I think, that the person that chatted is really asking is, why aren't we hearing it in the mainstream?
I see.
We're hearing it in the citizen journalism world.
Right.
But the mainstream doesn't want to create panic. And, if you start hearing the number of bodies that are being cremated, and then it lends itself, well, it's got to be more than 813 dead bodies that are released from the database. That you've been leaking falsified information to the public for how many days? And then it starts creating a question about the association with the WHO, the World Health Organization, and President Xi. Because why didn't they start asking questions about death tolls, and auditing those things? I'm surprised that they don't do autopsies. Why don't we have tissues from different areas of the body to understand the actual pathology of this virus? That's the only way to understand it, is to actually do the autopsy. I have heard nothing from China about autopsies.
I haven't either.
That's
You're
strange
right.
to me. That's strange to me.
Yeah, not one word I've heard of such thing.
We're just focused on the lung and maybe a little bit of the kidney and the liver, but we don't know. I mean,
Right.
I had a case that called into my show that said son has coronavirus in Florida, not Wuhan. But they didn't test for Wuhan. They tested for the corona. But his symptoms are showing central nervous system issues, not pulmonary, not like pneumonia. Maybe a little bit of upper respiratory, but not the deep pneumonia that's happening with most of these Wuhan cases. So this case most likely is just a a coronavirus infection, but it's suspicious that we're in the middle of an outbreak, and this is a hypothesis. I'm not saying this is the case, but it's possible that this becomes more like a meningitis kind of situation for some people, maybe like children. In this case, it was a young child. So, but that might have been just a outlier. We don't know. There's not enough data. But the point is that there's a lot we don't know, and that we need to err on the side of caution on trying to handle this pandemic that's going on.
Absolutely. And Doc, just to cut you off really quickly, this for sure was first originally started through a bat. Is that correct?
Well, if you say it started from, the bioengineering was from there's different species of bats where the coronavirus in SARS lives. That's the natural host. Okay, and researchers were wanting to know why. So what they did was they took what they call bat SARS-like coronavirus, that genome, and mixed it with SARS coronavirus. And then they added in an HIV homology on the S protein, which is the protein on the virus that attaches to the ACE2 receptor on our cells. So in other words, they supercharged the virus with that SARS-like coronavirus, SARS coronavirus, plus a little bit of a piece of HIV to make it more virulent.
What a tasty cocktail they made, right?
This is part of the reason why the white blood cell count seems to be going down with some of these patients.
I see.
And when your white blood cell count goes down, then it's harder to fight the infection. And it explains why the pneumonia comes so quick. And there's a lot of other complications, especially with people that have heart conditions. When you don't have the proper homeostasis for your blood pressure, and you start blocking the pathways to control the blood pressure through the ACE2 receptor, then that's what's being compromised because of the virus. Then what will happen is you start losing blood pressure, and that would explain why people were passing out when we were seeing videos. Their blood pressure was dropping, and it wasn't able to come back up because you need this ACE2 receptor to convert certain enzymes that allows downstream the increased production of aldosterone, which will help raise the blood pressure by absorbing water and salt into the bloodstream through the kidney. So it's an issue. It's a real issue, and people have to really pay attention to what's going on here. But this was bioengineered, but it was not bioengineered for a weapon. It was bioengineered, and this goes all the way back to research papers that go all the way back to like 2010 or 2008. You can see the evolution of this strand, and it just so happened to be leaked out. We don't know if it was leaked out on purpose, if it was leaked out, by accident. It's suspicious, like I said, with
it's
what's
very
going
suspicious.
on with the overthrow of the government, and to protect the hegemonic power of the United States. I mean, it kind of makes sense that we're going to be leveraging the situation. Yeah, I mean, is it from a bat? Yes. Coronaviruses, the SARS-like coronaviruses are from bats. They're from other species too, but
in this case,
this family of viruses is from bats.
By the way, Doc, I'm on your website right now, and you do have a section on your website called Data Files, Public, Shared Data Files. And I'm not sure what number it was, but there's an image of Donald Trump, and he's sitting down at a table. Can you tell us what that's all about?
Well, this is files on the working hypothesis, like I said, of the overthrow of the CCP through some sort of, black op operations.
Right.
And a researcher with me is, kind of trying to, just in the public domain, None of this is like secret stuff, but in the public domain, trying to the dots, point the dots to Bannon and Go. And if in that picture, you can see Bannon in the background. And Go, we think Go is in that picture, right behind Trump. But I mean, he's a billionaire. So I mean, and he is a member of Mar-a-Lago. So I mean, it's not going to be. That picture is not about Trump. That picture is to connect Bannon and Go together.
Okay, I see. Understood. And Myke.
Yes, sir.
Are you following this?
I am. You know, I gotta admit, I'm not. Again, as I said before, I'm not as educated on the whole subject as the doctor is.
That's
but
okay.
It is fascinating, and
Very.
I wish I knew more about it. But at the same time, I'm struggling with the fact to try to comprehend whether this is actually an inflicted epidemic. Well, actually, we haven't reached it as an epidemic, but China has. Am I correct in that assumption? Is it an epidemic for them? Would that be the definition?
Because of the size of the country, I would consider it actually a pandemic. But
okay, so
but
again, I'm just trying.
It is an epidemic, but it's basically in all of their provinces.
Okay,
so
be that as it may, what I'm saying is that I'm just trying to comprehend whether or not this has been like a man-made virus to obviously wipe out humanity or be used as a war.
I don't think
weapon.
Like I said, I don't think it was designed as a weapon, but you can design something that's not, like a steak knife is used for a steak, but you can use it to kill someone.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you could use something.
Yeah.
You can use something as a weapon. So this term bioweapon, it wasn't designed to be a bioweapon. But can it be used as a bioweapon? Yes. Now, what is very, very interesting is in the data, it seems to be more of a prevalence for males. And the reason being, males have this ACE2 receptor, more of them than females. So males have a higher chance of this. But not only that, the certain types of tissue in the lung, it's called the AT2, or AT2 cell. But this cell, when infected with the virus, it has machinery within the cell to help with the virus to produce. Okay, while some other cells, it doesn't have as well. It can't multiply and manufacture its proteins as well. It can, but not as well as the AT2 cell. So this is the air sac cells that people know about, where it's the exchange of the oxygen and the carbon dioxide. So these cells, there's two types in there. The AT2 cell helps the virus multiply, produce, manufacture itself. Now, it so happens that there is a research paper, and it's on my website actually, under medicine on the front page. If you click medicine, and then I have PDFs right underneath the X-ray.
Yeah.
And there is the single cell RNA. The single cell RNA expressing profiling of ACE2 in that paper, which was from China. That was published, I think, January 26th this year. It's studying the Wuhan virus and what's going on in the lung. So they said, well, it's definitely connecting to the ACE2 receptor, and males are more affected because we have more ACE2, but Asian males have a little bit more, the biochemistry of that cell lends itself to manufacturing of the virus. Now, that doesn't mean that the virus was purposely manufactured to do that. You got to remember the natural host is in the Asian region. All right. And it may have been through natural selection that coronaviruses are more susceptible to Asian males because of just the population and the evolution of that virus. If you follow me, the core substrate of the virus is just more focused on Asian males, because different ethnicities will have a little bit different genome, and by having a little bit different genome, they express ACE2 more, and by expressing ACE2 more, they're more susceptible. All right, because they're male, and the manufacturing of the virus in the cell, once it comes into the cell, the manufacturing is better. It doesn't make as many mistakes. So some theorists, I think it's conspiracy theorists though, say, well, that means it must be targeted. Well, this virus is targeting a certain cohort of patients, Asian males, but that doesn't mean it was designed that way. And this is the thing that I'm trying to do with my channel, is I want to use I'm trying to be scientific, and you state a hypothesis and you try to prove the hypothesis or disprove it. And you move on and you evolve your theory based on data. Doesn't mean it's right, but at least you have, some facts to back up the theory, right? But what's happening is people are getting these knee-jerk reactions. Oh, it's targeting more, Asian males, so it must be a bioweapon. No, there may be a lot. There's a multitude of reasons why that could be. So, this is why because what happens is then you got xenophobia that starts to happen, and that's not fair. That's not fair for the patient, and not fair for that community that has the outbreak. So we have to use the scientific method. If we don't use the scientific method, the society will start to break down, because they'll get into that fear mode and that knee-jerk reaction. So we got to be calm. That's why I keep on trying to promote that we as a community need to work together to solve this problem, and we can do it. That's the American spirit. I believe the American people can do anything if they set their mind to it, and we can help the people in China if their government lets us. That's the problem. They don't even want us to get in there to really see what's happening.
Yeah, they're completely locked down.
So yeah, and think about it. They really are living under 1984.
Yeah, it's
right?
crazy over there.
So we're creeping towards what they have. I mean, they already have social scoring. Well, when will social scoring really be happening here?
And it's only a matter of time.
So it's never-ending scope creep, right? It's never-ending scope creep, and the social scoring isn't going to help people. It's only hurt them, especially when they want to change jobs. Let's say someone was working for 20 years at a company, and the company's CEO was embezzling, and the company falters and people get laid off. And the individual's older, so it took a little bit longer for them to find another job because of the stigma of their age, and they were getting behind on their bills, so their credit score went down. All right. And so their total social score, because of their credit score, was lower, and they didn't have the right social score bar to be able to get another job. This is where we're going. If we don't roll back, what I mean by rolling back to pre 9/11 times.
Yeah, let's talk about that really quickly. You've been going back about 9/11, and I agree with you on a lot of things. And just to bring up a recently released sort of audio file you did titled "Trump is a Pussy and the U.S. military is weak." I agree with you on your assessment on a lot of those things. I mean, right now it almost seems like we're back in 2003, and we're once again being betrayed by the Saudis as usual. And this is just all nonsense, really. I mean, I look back at it and I think of all the people that I knew that died going into Iraq, and they died for no reason. It was an absolute, it's just frustrating.
In that particular situation, right? Iran is definitely funding terrorism in that region. And we had an opportunity to knock them out, and had good reason to knock them out after they were orchestrating those embassy overthrows. And if the point I was making in the video is that if we're so big and bad with our military, and that we have, all this technology and all this capability, but we're too timid to knock out the Iranians, then maybe it's all bolstering. We're just beating our chest, and our military is not that strong. I don't think that's the case, but
Nah.
but my gut feeling here is that there's too much of we're timid to take on big problems like Iran. Iran is much bigger issue than Iraq, and Iraq was a problem. See, look at the same thing with North Korea. We wait and wait and wait until they have a nuclear weapon, and then it's a problem. We should have knocked them out. We should have knocked them out, knocked out his father. So in North Korea. In the
but
90s,
look who we had for
with
presidents
Clinton.
back then.
We could have knocked them out
presidents that we had,
during
Doc.
Clinton's years, but we didn't.
And
here,
like I was just saying, look at the presidents that we
to
had.
knock out Iran, and we didn't.
Hold on there, Paul. Mike was saying something to you. Go ahead, Mike.
What I'm just saying is, look at the presidents that we've had. We have not had a strong president since Reagan, and now Trump steps up. I don't care whether you're for him or against him. The fact of the matter is, we've done more militarily. What's the correct word here? I should say more. We've done more things with the military by knocking out our enemies with this president than we did with Barack Obama.
Well, I agree with you.
Bush.
I voted for Trump, and I will vote for Trump going the next election. I've already made that decision. The main reason is that I think that he's actually one of the better presidents that we've had in the last maybe 100 years. Okay.
So could you
I
agree
like
with
him
me?
because I like him so much because his anti-global, globalist, stance. It's about nationhood. It's about self-determination, and and breaking up this kind of new world order that started during Bush Senior's reign. But so I like Trump, but I think that he made a tactical mistake by not hitting Iran, because I believe that Iran in the future, they probably already have nuclear weapons, but in the future will have more, and so knocking them out will be even harder. And our dependency on the grid will become more and more and more. So if they knock out the electrical grid, in the future, the economic hardship will be more than doing it now. So my thinking is, it's like cancer. You want to get it out early.
Right.
You don't want to wait. So Iran is a cancer. You want to knock it out now before it's too late, before it becomes metastasized. Same thing with North Korea. It's better to try to have a peaceful negotiation and have some trade and work together. But if you can't, and they start doing arms races and doing these covert operations, with terrorism, you just knock them out. And I just think that Trump, for whatever reason, was too timid. He seemed too afraid to, make that leap. Now he might have made that leap if U.S. soldiers were killed. During that, when they were rocketing the bases. But when it comes to push, Trump. Here's the problem with the United States. I think is that we're getting used to distance killing, in the dark, cloak and dagger kind of stuff, and you just, assassination from the sky. And I'm for it. I'm for that, knocking out the bad guy. But, we have lost the will to fight, just like we've lost the will to help each other in our country. You think that you really believe that we can do another World War II? I don't think we have the stamina in our country to
we have too many
sustain those
snowflakes.
kinds of losses. And so we've gotten used to video game killing. And going into Iran would have been much more serious. But we could have done it, and we could have won.
Yeah, hold on there, doctor. One moment, doctor. Hold on, doctor.
I just think that we lost a major opportunity.
Hold on there, doctor. Mike, go ahead. You were trying to complete something there.
Well, what I was trying to say, I don't know if the doctor can hear me when he's talking on the phone. Maybe there's a glitch going on here. But the fact of the matter is, not to get completely off the subject of what we were talking, but there are certain issues involved here with the president. And the first one is that no matter what he does, he is under scrutiny by the entire left. And it's a big personal thing. It's become so personal, it's beyond politics. He can't do anything without somebody coming down with a goddamn hammer and just smashing everything he does. Now, the fact with Iran, look, I don't like Iran. I think ever since the whole thing that went down in 1979, where the Shah was ousted and they took American hostages, that country sucks. They promote terrorism. It could have been a great country when the Shah was there. They were becoming a democratic a country of republic. What am I trying to say? A Republican country? No, wait. Democratic. That's what I'm trying to say. They're a democratic country, and they were doing good. It was prospering. It was a good country. It was coming along good. And then these religious assholes come in and they destroyed it. So here we are for the last 40 years dealing with a bunch of people that got the thumb up their ass that have no idea how to cope and deal with anything. They want to wipe out Israel. They want to wipe out this person, that person. They hate America. And then we go ahead and give them $150 billion friggin' dollars. So the problem here, what we have is that anything that Donald Trump does as the president, he's going to be criticized by the left. So if we were to go into Iran and bomb the living shit out of them, or even drop boots in there and go and start killing them, what do you think would happen? We'd get the whole government, the entire administration, and the right would be criticized for putting in more people into another Middle Eastern war that just sucks the life out of our young people who get killed for nothing. Mm. And that's what's been happening with all the Middle Eastern wars that we've had. We go in there, we get it gets politicized after we go in there for a reason, and then all of a sudden we back and it's like, oh, you know what, we don't want to do that. You're our friends. So all the people that die in those wars die for nothing. So it is my belief that even if we were to go in to do anything to Iran, it would make no difference. Well, maybe it might make a little difference with Donald Trump at the helm because, I mean, let's face it, he's got a set of balls on him, and he's not afraid to use them. So all I'm trying to say is on the whole Iran situation, we're just waiting for them to make the move. And I think our military will destroy them. Especially now that he's fixed our military. I mean, Barack Obama just destroyed it. And in order to have peace in this world, America needs to have a powerful army, as we always did in the past. And that's when countries respected us. So that's my whole stance on Iran.
I agree with it. I agree. I mean, you're making strong points that that make a lot of sense.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
The thing is that with the Gang of Four and Nancy Pelosi, they were trying to reduce the optionality of this president and how he would govern domestically and in foreign relations. And I think it backfired. And what will happen is that he will be reelected. And what we were hoping in the first 4 years of his presidency, we'll get in the last 4 years of his presidency.
No doubt.
But I'm very optimistic about him, as a president. But that video, that specific thing was a concern that we missed an opportunity to knock out Iran before it became a larger cancer. That was kind of the point
Agreed.
that I was making. And the title was kind of like clickbaitish.
Well, that's why it was great.
Because people would think, well,
Yes.
he must be against Trump. Well, no, I'm pro-Trump. I was against him not striking Iran. So, but
yeah, I think most people understood.
People live in this kind of box of black or white. There is a gray. You can be against the president on a certain policy, but still really appreciate what he's trying to do for the country and support him. And
Yeah,
I think
unfortunately, that's
what
not happening.
Wait, say that again.
I said, unfortunately, I seriously believe that that's not happening, and I think a lot of the left, the liberals, the Democrats, and the politically correct find him to be. They hate him so much that they won't even let him govern, and that's what blows my mind, because any other president, whether you liked him or not, they got things done for the country. And could you imagine how much more we would get done if Pelosi would shut the hell up and do something instead of bitching constantly about impeaching this president or just giving him a hard time about anything he does? And not just her, Schiff, and all the other ones, Chuck Schumer, all of them. All they do is bitch, and they don't get anything done for the left or this country in general. So it's hard to see anything getting done when it's become such a personal issue against the president of the United States. There is no respect whatsoever. Listen, when Barack Hussein Obama became president, I didn't like him at all. I didn't trust him one bit, and I did my research on him. But you didn't see me running out, destroying property, flipping cars, and setting, breaking windows and setting people's property on fire. No, you deal with it for 4 to 8 years, and then you move on. That's the problem with the left, is that they're not looking at what this country needs, and that it needs to be connected so that we can get things done, so that we can help people who need help wherever. But there's so much hatred going on. Excuse me, and
the coronavirus.
And the coronavirus, yes. I mean, it's just at the point where it's beyond anything he's done wrong. Because he could cure cancer right now, and he would still get, criticized for not, he would still get criticized for not curing cancer earlier. It's always something.
Right.
It's always something with him, and we're not coming together.
To,
so you're right on that aspect.
To prove your point, and I think it's going to be very visceral for you guys because of California. But as this impeachment was taking place, and slow rollout and all this, who were the big players? Schiff and Waters and Nancy Pelosi. These are representatives from California, and in the midst of this, the great state of California was burning down from all those fires. And they didn't care. They would rather take down this president than to help their own constituents.
That's right.
And this country would have band together and had firefighters and personnel trying to help anyone in need in California. But instead, what happened was she divided the country. And now, a big part of the country says, hell with California. And California is a great, all our states are great.
That's right.
All of our citizens are great, and California was in need. And unfortunately, the representatives that were in Washington, D.C. were too hell-bent on trying to pull down the president while they let their own state burn. And that's right. That is the same harmonic feeling that I have when she tore up the speech. She just doesn't. There's these people that they hate this country for some reason so much they're willing to burn it all down. And it's like almost like a I don't know, like a psychopath or something. You know,
It's a sad state of affairs,
it's really
Doc.
sad. Yeah, it is sad because I've been only in California 3 times in my life, and it's more later in life. It's like a couple of years, 3 years ago or so. But it's a great state, and great people. But it's got its own problems. But again, we're Americans. We can work through it, and we can make a better. Like Abraham Lincoln said. Our mission is to make a more perfect union. That's our mission. And unfortunately, lately, it's been the mission, divide the country more. It's sad because
Very sad.
We could be so much farther ahead in so many ways, in medicine and in technology and just the health of people. But there's like this negativity, in the last 3-4 years, and it's like, you can feel it. It's like reducing everybody's immune system, and then all of a sudden you got the virus coming too at the same time. It's like
It never ends.
I'm willing to bet that what will happen in 2020 will be about as much packed in 1 year as the last 10 years. You look at what happened the last 10 years, we're going to see packed in this year that much activity. There's going to be a lot of stuff happening.
My goodness. Doctor, I do want to thank you for being a part of the program. It's been a little over time that I wanted to have you on here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but please leave us with any final word as you part ways here tonight.
Okay. Like I said, you can reach me on my YouTube channel. It's just Paul Cottrell, or my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And, just to my, fellow Americans and the world at large, we got to work together. And when we work together, we can solve problems.
Amen.
And,
Hear. Well said, Doc.
Yeah, absolutely. And go ahead and plug your YouTube channel, by the way.
Yeah, it's Paul Cottrell on YouTube.
Very nice. Now, Paul, I do want to thank you so much for being a part of the program. I will definitely invite you back again in the near future.
Yeah, definitely. I enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you, Doc.
It's what we need.
Really interesting conversation. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Good night. And there he goes. That was the good doctor. And my God, that was something else, right, Myke?
Frightening.
Wow.
Some of the
Holy
things
shit.
he said. Yeah, some of the things he said were really. I did not expect.
I didn't expect any of this.
I didn't expect to hear some of the things he said. It was frightening.
It really was. It was almost as scary as that email that I got saying that I was a sexist, that I was this and that in an email, by the way, during the break.
Really? And that was from one of your admirers?
They said I was a misogynist, and they got really offended about what I said earlier about America having a female president. And I was just saying that, most women won't vote for Tulsi Gabbard because, she's an attractive lady in her years, and other women out there, they don't like other women. People get really angry, Michael, when I say that, but it's true. I mean, they say I'm a misogynist, but other women hate other women, and that's just a fact.
In many cases, you're absolutely, and I say this lightly. I'm not trying to offend anyone, but I've got to admit, there have been situations where I've been involved with women, girlfriends, who have outright and blatantly said how much they hate some women, particularly those who I was formerly involved with before them.
There you go.
So yeah, I hear it constantly, and I have no reason to doubt that there can be issues with. I mean, we can't prove for sure, the person we're talking about here, but women are a unique species in the human species. They have, what they say, men are from men are from Mars,
Women are from Venus, right? No,
You know?
absolutely.
So I'm sure they have some very odd comments to make about men too.
I'm sure they do. It's just every woman I've ever been around, they never really say anything positive about another woman. Ever.
No.
Fuck no. I've never heard another woman put another woman over in a positive way.
Well, you know what? I can't say that I've never heard somebody, like a woman, put another woman in good light. So I can't agree with you on that. I mean, I've heard it a couple times, but for the majority,
That's
it's
a
always
rare.
been.
That's a needle in a
What?
haystack, Myke.
I think it has to do with certain women who feel a certain way.
I
And
see.
you know what? I better keep my mouth shut, or else I'm going to get the hate mail too.
That's okay. I get hate all the time, but I don't give a fuck. Fuck them. I don't give a
Look,
shit who I offend.
you know, just to be clear on what we were saying before about Mike Buttigieg, I got nothing against the guy.
Neither
really
do
don't,
I.
other than the fact that I don't agree with his politics. But his sexual preference has nothing to do with just as like the sex of a candidate makes no difference to me either. Man, woman, gay or straight, I don't care.
Same
You got
here.
the right policies, I'll vote for you.
Word, but that's not how America is, which is another
it's
reason
not.
why I brought up the homosexual Pete Buttigieg, booty judge for some out there. The thing is, this is a quote unquote Christian nation. And a lot of the hardcore Christians out there who do vote, the boomers out there, they're not going to vote for him.
No, you're right. The Bible Belt of America, that they're not going to vote
No.
for him, and
No,
that's
of course not.
That's not an insult.
Not at all.
It's just
No
a
insult.
fact.
It's just the truth.
Yeah, I mean, I got nothing against the guy. I really don't care what his sexual preference is. I don't. But I just don't think he'll make it as president. I really don't. And I say that only because based on Donald Trump's presidency and his administration and the things that they have done in 3 years, he is the only president now look, let me make this clear. I don't agree with everything he's put forth. But I will say he has done more for this country than the last 4 presidents put together.
I'll say this though, Myke. I've never seen another president have such a hard time as the one we have in office today. I've never seen
That's
anyone
right.
else go after anyone, a single man like this, ever.
You're right, Michael. And as I was saying before, it's gone beyond political. It's personal. And everybody out there now who is not in politics, who is simply a citizen like you and I,
Right.
they get on Facebook and they voice their opinion on how much they hate him and how much he's a prick and how much he's a misogynist and a racist and this and that and the other thing. And holy Christmas, it's like I don't care anymore. I just don't care. Let the guy do his job. You know,
Absolutely.
nobody. God forbid you said anything about Hussein Obama. If you did, you were called a racist.
And everything else in the book too.
And everything else in the book. And now everything is just so hateful and you just I don't know. I've lost it. I've had to take a break from politics. And
Well, I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you
Yeah,
for taking a break. And ironically enough, Myke, the last time this country felt quote unquote united was after 9/11. So, I mean, fucking wrap your mind around that.
right. And you know, for the first, what was it, like maybe a year or two, the patriotism was beautiful. I saw people
It's gone
waving
now.
flags and wearing putting flags on their property and it just seemed so wonderful to have that patriotism even under the terrible circumstances of 9/11.
And you remember that, right? Remember how everybody was kind of like nice to each other for once.
Yep.
That's gone.
Yeah. And then, and now we've got people like what's her face, Omar in office, who was an obvious Jew hater.
Ilhan Omar, yeah.
Omar, yeah, I can't stand her. I can't stand her. Oh brother, I could go on and on like this, but the more I talk, the more the left hates me.
It's all right, man. I'm hated by all sides, so it's all good. I prefer to be hated, to be honest. I rather be hated than liked.
Hey,
It's
man,
much
I'm
more
on your
fun than
side.
that. Yeah, it's much
You
more
gotta,
enjoyable.
yeah, you got to stand your ground and believe in what you believe in, and just don't hurt anybody. And I feel that my opinion in politics, it doesn't hurt anybody. I just seem to think that I'm thinking logical by trying to say, hey, you know what, government, shut the fuck up and do your job.
I like that.
You know, I'm so tired of Russia, 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 racist, 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 shithole, shithole, shithole. Stormy Daniels. Who cares, man?
You know what's
Get the
funny,
job
Myke?
done. Worry
God,
about this country.
right. You know what's funny, Myke? God and government, they're a lot alike. You know, they both work in mysterious ways. Oh
Well,
my.
I'll tell you, man, that your first guest, Jim.
That was nuts, right?
Wow.
I love
I
that.
mean, he was deep. He was
He
deep.
was deep in
And
there.
you know, just to be a nice guy,
I hear you.
I
It's okay.
I don't want to say that I don't believe him. I mean, he seems like he's got his faculties together, but
But
at the
you weren't
same
all
time,
in. You weren't all in for sure.
yeah.
That's
And you
okay.
know, like I said, I didn't read his books, so I
That's
don't
okay.
know for sure what he's offering as evidence. But I mean, you know, it's a lot to take in.
I agree, my friend. And Myke, I'm looking at the time, and it is time to wrap up. It's already 11:06. My God, we've been here for almost 4 hours,
Wow.
just like
It's
that.
10 after 2 here.
Yeah, man. You know, I really appreciate you hanging out with me, by the way. It's been fun. I love when you come and hang out with me and you co-host and we piss off a couple people. I think it's great.
Thank you, Michael. As you
Hell
know,
yes.
I always love coming on the show, and I'm honored that you have me. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We'll do it again and I'll give you a call tomorrow, man.
All right, brother. Thank you so much, and you take care of yourself. Okay.
You too, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
All
Ciao.
right, bye-bye. And there he goes, boys and girls. That was the one and only Myke Hideous. That was insane. This whole program has been pretty damn insane. And I do want to thank all of you out here in the chat room and those in the future who will listen to the podcast rendition of this program. It's been fun. And again, I want to thank all the international listeners out there who hung out for the whole thing. And again, those who will listen in the future via podcast, really appreciate you folks very much. Those in Canada, the UK, and now even Brazil, they have joined the mix, and I'm very proud of the Brazilians out there. And also, another place has come about rather. Russia has really kicked it up a notch. A lot of Russians out there have been emailing me, and I really do appreciate that. Love the Russians out there. Love all the international listeners, and of course everyone in America and those in California. That's where lots of my listeners are from, which is kind of weird because I don't really even advertise or talk to too many people out here in California about this program. So it blows my mind that most of my listeners, well, the ones who listen to the podcast rendition, a lot of them are from Mountain View. And I think I've only been there once in my entire life. Yet I have all kinds of listeners there. Who knows why? But regardless, I want to thank all of them very much. I'm glad all of you have been hanging out with me. And if you like the program, go to patreon.com/Michael Decon if you want some bonus material, bonus content. And trust me, it's pretty tasty. And of course, very offensive if you like that sort of thing. Patreon.com/Michael Decon. And yes, again, my respect to all of you out there in the chat room. Much love. It's been an interesting night yet again. Hopefully, it remains that way. I think it will. My God, what a show that was. And again, love all of you in the chat room. Be safe, no matter where you are on this pale blue dot. I'm Michael Decon. And the world is a mysterious place. And life itself is a mystery. Until next time, good night, everybody.